disturbing my space. How do you feel when you step into an elevator? Most times you can't wait to come out because you feel crowded. You feel the person is entering your space. You don't feel that distance. Imagine during COVID, we are such a lovely community people. It was very difficult for us to maintain social distance. Why? Because we are Africans. So that social distance thing didn't really help. But you see, social distance is arm's length or more. Then in public distance, 3 to 6 meters. When you are with your friends, you're able to communicate easily, you flow easily. But at times, when you see a total stranger, you're not so free to communicate with the person. Why? Because you don't really know the person properly. So to have effective communication when you are mediating or in ADR, you have to put in your questioning skills. For example, two people come to meet you, they're having issues with each other. Husband-wife relationship or servant-master relationship. So you as the facilitator, you need to be able to question properly. Remember what we said. We said, why do we communicate? We mentioned what? Why do we communicate to us? To inspire, yes. Motivate, yes. To inform, yes. And to persuade. Thank you. Clap for yourselves. People online say, away from that. So for the facilitator, questioning skill is important to gather information and ensure that you understand that information. So what's the essence of feedback? To make sure that if I understood you correctly, and this the things that the person says yes. But when the person says no, that was not, the person might not say that was what I said. That was not what I meant to say. So your questioning skill, we have to type the questions. Number one, we have the open question. What's the essence of the open question? It helps to get people to talk to and to open up new areas of discussion. For example, teenagers or some people, when you ask, or I'm sure some of you when you ask your wife, you stand with you, what's wrong? What does she say? Nothing. Most of that's the question actually you get from people. When you can't be able to open up, what is wrong? Nothing. You need to now go more. So in open questions, it helps to get people talking and open up new areas of discussion. However, you close to questions, it helps to focus people on particular facts. Can somebody give an example of a question or close to question? If we are following. That's what I'm thinking.
Upper qualifications.
Give me an example of an open question. Just ask me an open question.
Why do you want us to
why do I want you to communicate? So what are you trying to say? You're helping to get me to talk. I said something, I just found this said. You want me to explain shit. And I tell you, I want you to communicate because I want to motivate you. I want to persuade you. I want to inspire you. Give me an example of close question. No, I'm asking you. Or you see
do I really answer?
That.
Do I really answer?
It is the what? Yes. So it helps to focus on a particular fact. I want to know if you're a mediator. But if I not say, you see, okay, when it comes to ADR, ADR has 20 components. Mediation, we are not saying no. I'm asking you, are you a mediator? You see, in 2016, I attended a program where they said that, are you a mediator? Yes or no? It's a close question. And what we're trying to do, we're trying to help them to focus. Because when people talk, especially we've seen that most of the family relationship, if I can just one underlying issue, is it very much around the board? That's what I think all time. And the wife said, this is my house. I go to work because it sleeps my car. And the man just kept saying, 1 year, 1 whole year, or 1 year. Reduce her car. She can't she can't go to go 1 whole year. We have to now take it inside. And mediation will tell us. And I don't have a we did was an open question. And I was only trying to review that they do not have sexual relationship with a man here. And due to all of this, it's things that have because the girl was really mostly and everything. But on the topic, it was just sit my car. Why did you sit my car? But when we began to dig deep by reason of your question skills, and what we also look at in conflict analysis, you need to find the root cause. Because if you find the root cause, it will not appear. You have to dig deep to find it. Then also another key for effective communication was analytical skill. The facilitator must have the ability to analyze problems. You must identify and separate the issues involved and frame them for resolution of decision making. Parties will say a lot of things. You begin to break them down and begin to know the particular issues that have them down. So you must also possess the ability to deal with complex facts and research materials. You might need to do research on a particular thing. For example, you notice somebody's particular behavior, you might need to further make research because that's one of the effects. You being an effective mediator, you need to be analytical, you need to engage, expand them. In lots of instances, it will really help us in mediation together. Can we go ahead? Anyhow. So most times we should be hard on the problem or soft on the people. So in active listening, another skill we need to know, we need to be able to listen properly. Let's not be always quick to jump into conclusion. These are the non-verbal, the type of communication we're looking at. We're looking at the softened formula. And in the softened formula, what's it saying? When you smile, you're saying, I'm glad to see you. You make me happy. Wow. And you're not wanting the thing that like people will face it. You know, most times, first impression, people are like, oh, wow, this one is looking like, are you sure this one will be the doubles with our problems? You give a smile. O stands for what?
Open question.
Open question. It's inviting. You're encouraging free discussion. Not the parties come before you. When parties come before you as a mediator. Yes. Am I going to speak? The personal information will be. But when you give an open question, that's the one. Thank you all for taking time to debate. You're giving an open question. You're saying, yes, I'm ready on the initial party. Really to let you guys talk. So that's open question. It's inviting and it encourages what? Free discussion. Then, as I said again, forward moving. You're not slouching on the chair because this is giving another impression. You sit your right and say, yes, my legs. So we have to be mindful of all this stuff, and it's also indicates you have attention. When you go to the bank, or when you go to customer care, and you're talking, and she's literally the punching of his computer. And hello, I'm talking to you. And then I have ears like I can when you speak. You feel you're not getting the person's full attention. But when the person starts like anything I'm doing, what comes up? How many are we? Say yes. Have you noticed most times in the bank, a particular customer care person teller tends to have a longer line of others? You've noticed? Everybody seems like, this one, that one. only God knows what she's doing with them. If your husband something has happened from the house, you go to the world smiling, and she's effective, granting everybody on time. Then it's touch. But we have to be careful in this touch, because the touch must be appropriate. And what's the touch saying? But would you please go on? When you see somebody speaking to you, so I understand. Please go on. I know this is difficult for you. Eye contact. We show you that, and we show the person that I have your attention. You're listening to everything being said. Then a nod. It's indicating what acceptance and following you. But the person now notices when the other person was speaking, you are not with you. When it gets to your story, you are not with you. I then begin to come up with the person. So you're saying, speak up, I understand. So signs that a person is becoming anxious includes what? Rapid or tight breathing, backward movements, tapping of hand or feet, sweating in a cold environment, averting arms, clenching fists, picking at fingers, or if not biting their fingers, nails, aggression. However, note that all these indicators, they are not certainties. We must read them alongside other information and information. You know, in culture differs. For example, in the African culture, it's actually not too okay for a child to have experience in the eye. Some culture feel it's disrespectful. Or your child comes to you, hi Dad, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, Dad, you're Dad. Are you much? Are you okay? Something wrong with you. It's out, it's your father. You're about culture, you do want straight. The other one is at least bow your head to show what a form of respect. And in some other cultures, not of the head actually means no. When we think it is yes. So we need to be what? Sensitive to these cultures and receptive to what the person is saying, ready to accord, speaking with, so the person trust you enough to allow them for them to expose their feeling and express their feeling. Remember what we said at the beginning, what we say? When you are in conflict, we rarely say what? We rarely say the things we mean. And so when we're in conflict, we say things we don't mean. And things we do not say. Only on rare reasons do we communicate at a deep level. What we really and honestly do. We really expose our most vulnerable levels of things in a way the other people can understand. Or rather, we do it differently. And the person will not be assuming. Okay. So non-verbal signals of body language. We speak not only by words, but also by actions. Actions, they say those what? Example and possible meaning. A touch with a single finger indicates what? What does it indicate? Calling for your attention. Then shaking with both hands. It means what? Showing what? A nod, we say what? Indicates what? Acceptance. A frown or shaking the head implies what? When you see you're talking to the other person, it means what? No, answer. An arm around the shoulder indicates what? Friendship. Or what? Or companionship. An arm around the waist implies what? It implies what? But what's going on with you? We're just friends. They're just friends. And I saw your arm around her waist. They're just friends. Okay. on the lab says what? I hear, or I have attention for. Guidelines for active listening. He said it's very important that you listen very well to what the other is saying. In your response, we should try to rephrase or restate the exact meaning of what has just been said. For example, somebody saying, I'm not so pleased with what you did yesterday. If I understand you correctly, I don't think you're too pleased with what happened yesterday. You said yes, yes. Do not have your opinion. Do not add your thoughts. Do not add your feeling. Don't say, well, in my opinion, I think you're just being stupid. Nobody asks for your opinion. Don't add your opinion, thoughts, or feeling of your own unless the other person asks for it. Never critical or be sarcastic about someone's comments. Really? Are you for real? You just lost that person. Respond with questions beginning with, do you mean, are you saying, or is this what I hear you saying? And that's when I respond, either the affirmative or says no. If a pause or pause, ask your own question. Okay, if we go on the way, what did you mean by this statement? Are we together?
Yeah.
Are we move on? So active listening also, when we encourage our parties, we're encouraging them to convey interest, to encourage the other party to keep talking. Can you tell me more? When did this happen? Okay, can you say more? So we use questioning to help clarify what is said. To get more information, remember we said communication is to what? Inspire, persuade, motivate. So you question to help clarify what is said. You question to get information. You question to help the speaker see other points of view. With the question point. I know this is very difficult for you, but can you tell me more? Okay. Yes. After that, what occurred? You said on social date this occurred. Was that all that happened? So we're wanting the person to keep saying no. Are we together? Can we go ahead? Yes. When you restate it to show that you are listening and understanding what is being said. That's why, like, no, that was not what I said. So you restate it. So check your meaning and your interpretation. Example. You're very angry about this. Yes, of course. I'm very angry about this. So we also summarize. We use summarization to pull together important ideas and facts. Remember, parties would have said like different things. Yours is now to pick the things, pick them. So at the end of the day, you're not summarizing to pull together important ideas and facts. You summarize to review the progress. You summarize to establish the basis for further discussion. For example, the most important issues to you in this whole thing is this thing. But like, no, about one issue. This also is very important. So you use that to verify. Are we together? Yeah. Validating. When do you validate? To acknowledge the worthiness of the other person. And appreciate your willingness to talk. Appreciate your willingness to try to solve this problem. To make the person feel good. Now, thank you. Instead of going to folks, I appreciate you for trying to try out mediation or trying out ADM. So, of course, you know we have barriers to effective communication. Yes? Examples are number one, noise, yes. Number two, number three, number four, number five, number six, Number 7,
Perception.
number 8, number 9, number 10. Okay, now pick one and discuss. Anybody pick one and discuss and how is it a barrier to effective communication? Wow, that's spoken. Sorry, not spoken. Not spoken to you and do you want to pick anyone and tell us how is it a barrier to effective communication to your mind? Or if you want to come back, want us to come back to communication.
When the environment is noisy,
Oh, man, how do you feel during COVID? When you were at home all the time? You felt great.
no.
Oh, we forgot it.
Sounds everywhere.
Sound everywhere.
Voice everywhere.
So the extent we saw where you think that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yes.
Fully engaged.
Fully engaged, yes. No time out to the voice. Yes, Barrett, depending on
Physical and mental response.
yes, can you explain that to us?
When you're physically exhausted, you have to communicate so well.
Okay.
Almost the mental, when you're emotionally down,
Okay.
something weigh you down. Not the right frame of mind. Communication can not effective.
For example, you're just coming from one part and you just come and say, what about things to do? What are lines? Example, this is contribute 100,000 this family. They're just coming from work. What were you actually doing?
Why not somebody get on top of it?
Effective communication. It may be a good, but the time you need to know when about time to communicate. Yes? Yes, and you explain that to me. Give us examples. Sir. Where it comes. Okay, give us examples of okay, you got another problem. You want to say it.
Okay. So when you are dealing with this, just look at that.
I don't think else. The very good life. Like it was a stereotype. It's not very that is really. Are you going to stereotype and South Africa? No, this out. You must. Okay, give us another chance.
Stereotype.
Yes.
Okay. Well, there's this general thinking of belief that
How can I know like
want to get their attention, don't give them and then have their attention. So it is a stereotype that and it's wrong.
okay, then tell us the balance of beliefs.
Yeah, values and beliefs affect effective communication. So there are some people, for instance, that think a woman cannot date each other, for example. So no matter how highly trained or knowledgeable you are, a woman cannot touch you. So if such a person with such kind of mindset comes to class today and the woman teaching, it's already disconnected.
Our parents were the same. I have your time until become all the time until. So please prepare. Okay, one day I went to see. Okay, the last time I went to see the webinar, I knew that you're not supposed to do the hairstyle with your hair open. I was looking for shoulder. I knew my scalp, my feet was I carried it. And that's when it's good. You know, you can't enter, I think I have to again, actually go for it. Then there was a time I went to see, no, it wasn't saying, so I want my jeans shorts out. I'm singing going there, and I was like, you want that? You know, not that the colors like this. I said, why? You see, you're wearing shorts. I said, and why do I wear shorts? You don't look at the business you went for. They have to bring a rapper from one of his wives and quietly hide the rapper and friends and start down, showing you that looking for something. So these are values, these are beliefs that no matter what you say, you just have to. That alone, the person is not even going to listen to you. And so when you're alone, what do you do? Yes, another one. Aja. Aja, you know. Aja, she comes to me with a. I really thought about the language development. Okay. It's of interest when someone of okay sometimes language with someone like issue concepts of this because from language, some people feel like from language you don't know how to or when something in a language might be example another language or another. Very true. I remember the last time I was in Lagos or and the guy was sleeping and I was hungry and I was like, one of our house you are trenching. I play Wahala. He was laughing at me. I'm like, you what with your name? You need to go to school and everything. We now ended up with sign language. You can imagine two people that could speak, but ended up with sign language because of what language. Okay, who wants to take the Grand Canyon? I understand the Grand Canyon is online. Congratulations, my lord, for your conference as the Grand Canyon of Kaduna State. Grand Canyon, would you like to tell us any of the barriers to effective communication, sir? Yes, sir. That's the barrier to communication. That's another barrier to communication. Okay. Let's get the virtual participants to go with us. We can unmute. We're talking about the barriers to effective communication. We'll see now noise can be a barrier. Stereotype is that and when you go to Lagos, you get people saying Mola. Instead of saying Mola, they're saying Mola. And when you get to the east, you hear them saying something like Aboki. So then they don't know what is actually French. Yeah. They think it's actually the religion. Or you hear someone saying okay, Mary, they call you up okay, Mary. That's something like people with the workers. So you see, you're getting things which about other, or you get the same husband and husband has now made their lives, their women that will work, the men don't want to work on different stereotypes that is not true, or probably just instant cases you see. You now use that to generalize, and most times we do that when they ask, what's it are you from the state? You just say, the person has already said it's right, you already in his mind. Okay, so those are parts of the words, the barriers to communication that we get. And if we don't deal with these issues.
Where have a hand?
Okay. Yes, how do you see? Can we help you, sir? Barrier to effective communication. Can you unmute, my lord? My lord, you're still muted.
Okay, good morning, all participants. Yes, I hope you can hear me. I heard you asking if many of the online participants will make
yes,
any.
My lord.
I think I heard you asking.
We can't hear you. Can you drop the chat into the chat box?
Yes.
Okay. Check sir.
I said I heard as if you were asking whether, any of the online participants will discuss on the issue of barrier communication to effective communication. Can you hear me? I said as if I heard you asking any of us if we can make an input on barrier to effective communication, as if you said something like that.
Thank you, my lord. This just showed us in practical terms what we've been saying. that when there is a sender and when there is noise in between, they got to decode the message that was sent. Because the channel in which the message coming through was what? Was distorted because of noise. Yes, my lord.
Yes.
Are you with my lord?
Yes, yes, of course, that is it.
Okay, my lord, let me say again.
I said, as if I heard you asking if any of the online participants will give any example of barriers to effective communication.
Okay.
Well, continue.
My lord,
continue.
sorry for the Can you say again?
I said, as if I heard you asking if any of the online participants will make any suggestion on barriers to effective
communication. So this is practically what we're saying.
Yes. Well, continue.
Thank you
Nora.
so much, my lord. Thank you.
Nora, yes.
Okay. So when there is noise, you see that definitely you cannot hear. And so that's why we have to make sure that for there to be proper communication, the place was quiet. We must have no stereotypes. Expectation. Can I see something expectation? I can't see something like yes. Yes, the expectation we follow this. For instance, if I maybe my thoughts and then whatever is going to be done, probably I think we're going to party and just came from outside and we sat at the to I think somebody died, and he felt that as the smallest man in that house, they should have told him first. Yeah, man, so most times, in order to be disappointed, we should learn not to expect so much from people. So that when you're disappointed, when you don't feel like that's human nature, your mind will expect so much. You keep making a effort. So it will be a big balance in communication. They will say language, different values and beliefs, emotional states, different perceptions. Everybody's entitled to his or her own opinion. You can't limit your own opinion over somebody. That's why we tend to go to tolerate each other. Then, of course, physical or mental discomfort, background, and knowledge needs. Most times, when I get in front of my gate and I can't do this thing, when the woman that comes to sweep my compound, when she comes, before the children open the gate, I'll say, it's a new woman that is at the gate. And when they open the gate, they actually sit in the wall. When the lesson teacher comes, I know who's there. So no, I don't know if it's education. The other one. I feel that it's we would hear. But the lesson teacher is slow. So our knowledge will differs. Now the thing was at the time, she was washing here. I don't know what now, how are we going to keep me here? And so, I mean, the other person just laughing. Why why didn't I react to her? Usually, if you go to the back of my kitchen, you can actually perceive all the nice aroma coming from the kitchen. And she's been hearing thoughts and thoughts and everything. And if for this saying, this is just come and eat all. Then I don't know her. I said, no, do that. Number one, I think salary. Number two, I think it's very good. It's if I want to quantify that I give you, you don't make it a right, it's a privilege. So she understood that when she said, I'm sorry, that it was because I don't know what the secret is after you being shared. That's why I have to shout. He said, no, you don't shout. I will relate to how why, because of our background and knowledge base. There was no point getting angry that she now said again that she wasn't coming from home. She went to the farm. So she had exhausted energy. She had walked, she was really hungry and tired. Because so they don't say what I even give you. You don't eat it. You think it's food because you're not feeling guilty. Why should I be here? Why not let me take the school go? And so I was thinking, why should I be here? There's still working. Why you're going home? I said, you didn't tell me the coming from the farm. If you have asked gently, I would have given you. But the way people ask, only they know it's on the privilege. So it reduces that barrier to effective communication because why? You know that this person you're dealing with is not on the same level as you are. So we expect so much from people. And that's why we get angry at them instantly. So when someone does something, you say, you can't even notes. How do you see on the notes today? How do you conduct them? Over change. It's very convenient. The other day I was coming from family and okay, I didn't know the bus driver stood at the junction. I was trying to pass. I didn't even know my car was. I actually didn't know. And I was just going, somebody came and just crossed me and came down and showed me. I will pay for it. To pay one. This very close to me. You know, the gentleman, the baby I was fine. The gentleman, the baby I was fine. We just sat down there for post. And because we were not going down, we didn't see good. It was the same round saying, you came like that today. What? Many times we said, I'm heading to court now. I'm going to call you. And then what they even shout, she's not even saying anything. She said, what is your name? Call me. Then I called down on my baby. But imagine I know what do you mean? And I'm shaking. It really matters. So in effective communication, we said there must be no noise, no stereotyping. The physical, mental discomfort, background, and knowledge base, then different backgrounds and orientation. You should know that you didn't go the same place as this person. What this person feels is a different thing. This phone, women don't speak. They speak. On the phone, they don't know how they picture. They have to picture. And she's only in charge of speaking. And you're working on two different backgrounds. How do you match this together? So when we do all this, we're able to what? Effectively communicate out together. Do we have any questions on this? Or we will take questions at the end. Argument. Has argument ever solved an issue? The argument is another the least effective means of communication. 9 times out of 10, an argument ends with each of the contestants firmly convinced that Ella is absolutely right. So arguments has never been an effective means of communication. When we know this, you don't bother to argue. Even when you know your person is wrong, no problem. It's not difficult, no problem. You see, the person will come down at the end of the day. So, but when you keep arguing, and when people go, instead of them at this way, they think they can come and start. No. When my mother-in-law paid for my first child, she was like, if I just recently come myself, okay? Like the house, during our activity for your husband, can you start change? Okay? I said, Mama, is that what you want? Something. I said, well, are you looking for wash tonight? She said, yes, I'll wash it. I have to buy that things. I'll take pieces. While she was there, she was washing the everything. Soon as Mama took them and went someplace, they had big dividends. I continued my purpose. I didn't know this is what you want, it's the problem. And I don't want home. I'm going to say no. This feels not slowly. This feels very problem. Have your way. But at the end of the day, it's not home. So why would you? So there is really no point. I mean, 9 times out of 10, it ends with each person finally convinced that it's absolutely right. That was not like exceptions. Each and every one of us in this room, we deserve credits for being what you are. Remember, the people who come to you, irritated, devoted, unreasoning, they deserve the credits for being what they are. What should you be getting them? Sympathize with them. Say to yourself,
Nakan yi wani a kira lokacin su je na buɗe musu can
hungry and thirsting for sympathy. Give it to them and they will love you. Have you noticed most times when you talk about yourself with the other person, before you know the other person needs to talk about himself? That's how we are, not very so much. And then the person talks to you. Let them. Why give the person the time to speak? Most times we go to a doctor because they are sick. They just want to talk. They just want to express themselves. Allow the person sympathize with people. And they will look at your needs. That's perception. Yes, the next slide. So all this painting almost reaching is speaking and saying about communication. It all has to be effective communication and relation. Because if you cannot fully and if you are not effectively communicating, you cannot be an effective communicator. So I hope the communication. So this was my point. So mediation is what? Our tree. Unless followed by response. For example, we have we have several cases. We call it required mediation. When the judge, and that's why it's very good for our judges to reverse the media, because there's some cases we will see, especially family related family. Something shouldn't be in courts. The purpose of the court already should be looking at constitutional matters, criminal matters, legal matters, commercial matters, family matters. It's probably suited for mediation. It moves faster, it's cost effective. For example, a clinical witness who was working with salt and the market says, that's why Marketa showed the result and 500,000 was shot. We promised to pay it in June 2023. From June to now is how many months? They have not paid. They even wrote an agreement and the guarantee. Now short for me. And at least that in the that's why it's very important that any documents before you sign actually need to understand very well what you're signing. The guarantee is not okay, this is my family member, nothing like that, we don't have to get to this stage, we should just sign. We're going to have very hard to come to. Now, do you understand that this was in the instance where this man cannot be seen, you would stand and take fully all responsibility. Even if you cannot be seen, you would. You know, when I heard about your vehicle, the vehicle is worth almost 3 or 4 million. and say, why this money cannot be paid? My God should be so thankful. He didn't go to get students. And the good thing is that apart from the regular course we now have small claims course. Small claims course is a number of the United States course where from 0 to 10 million naira. You can see the sensation of justice. You don't have to stay a long time, but 30 to 60 days to get the benefit. And so, do you know that something I just felt 500,000 of money going to the courts? How much do you spend? You pay legal fees, the time wasted, and everything. I invited them to money. But they talk, they I said, don't worry. And I read it out to them. It's your with this, you can get judgment. I want the court to you can give judgment in auction the vehicle, and most of the correct value of that vehicle because they don't auction the higher bidder. They might get $100,000 and they will pay you the amount. That so this is an indication, and you will still be have to pay costs for litigation, for making this man spend time, money, and everything involved. So they saw this. And the other was like, we knew that God was smart. And that's what we what can they do? They will split the money and pay it to them. So, absolutely. Then, they give you yes. They don't go to God. That's how mediation works. The effective communication. Why? I saw that this person works in where I did my master's alma mater, and I was talking about this story. There was no assumption. So, mediation, we said, is what? The process, we say it's a mutual party. That's why we voluntary, mutual party, no, it's not private disputes in which the mutual helps party to reach a negotiated settlement. So during mediation, the mediator needs to go parties separately, necessary, listen to their concerns, you help them to see each other's position. And make them meet at the middle. The parties may not be aligned with them, but otherwise, it even helps in making the matter move forward. The mediation process. Don't forget that effective communication, when you use mediation, it makes things go faster. I'm sure you learned of the five distinct phases of mediation: preparatory stage, completing, exploration, the bargaining, the things are all things we don't know. And some of the advanced of mediation is voluntary. You don't force parties to it. The majority of things takes place. State council government house. The man refused to sign, said he wasn't going to sign. They told him privately until he was asked. You agree? So what we do most times, immediately party finish, make sure before they leave, make sure they sign. Even if you don't have the tax documents yet, write a written agreement, make sure parties sign and they date it. Because when they step out, anything can happen. Also, it's private. Instead of parties washing and letting women outside, I remember the matter with a very big church and a contractor. The contractor did not believe that at the time the folks were believe that. And so the church felt, okay, we need to return on behalf. And it was when he now came, before he now said that the monies he asked for the contract, the monies were not given as a went to, the monies were broken into different places for him. And as he went into the market, the cost of things were going higher and higher. So at the end of the day, he wasn't able to meet up with the contract rates because things are more expensive. And so it was when we brought both parties together, there was a lot of assumption. But when parties began to hear, they began to communicate, communication was effective. Because they could understand that this was what this person went through, why the result was like this. Because the church kept feeling that he used substandard materials. And the person was like, no, what you call substandard, for example, some of the things we call second-hand. At times we see some second-hand things are even more stronger than new, which might be China. And so still an expert have to come and say, yes, I didn't go ahead to use this material. And because this one, they call it second-hand material, the actually German material, that is very strong. But the new one, and they just felt that this thing wasn't clean, it's wrong. So, till parties came together, the neutral party bringing them, they were able to communicate because they understood each other's perception and were able to like flow into it very well. Then also, this mediation is what without prejudice. Nothing said during mediation will be used against the other party in the event that the matter is going to trial or court, and the mediator cannot be called to testify. I remember when I was with the National Human Rights Commission, there was a matter that came with us. The matter sounded like going into African magic. Because all the things happened, I was like, wow, if this thing really happened, things that have to do with surrogacy, egg planting, and the rest, and plenty of things. I thought, like I said, I was still handling this matter. I said, yes, we handle this matter, and we agreed in the agreement from all sorts of compensation upfront we paid, which was paid, and now the parties now coming to say, she wants to go to court, and they want to now call me as a mediator to come and testify to be a witness. And I'm like, that's not possible. Because what the advantage of mediation was without prejudice. Nothing said during mediation will be used against the other parties in the event that nothing is like something based on this. As a lawyer understood, and that was it. Everything. So as a good mediator, keep a lot of things to yourself. It's private, it's confidential. Effective communication mediation. You as the mediator, you must have the word to declare head, local mind. Not somebody comes see them. The people that are in the fight for the compound as the mediation, and they come in, they talk, and they think it's no. You need to also have a clear head, open mind, then parties come together. And for example, an example was given. The man came to court on the divorce proceeding in his marriage. He brought him to the court for the child, and the lawyer started taking up the child. One sentence. And I'm like, what is your own in this issue? Then look at this stupid man. He's been asked to pay school fees, he can't pay school fees, he's bringing him to court for the child. And like, what's your own? It was later they now discovered that the lawyer was actually the chief bridesmaid of this woman. So you see that it's difficult for them to objectivity. She's already emotionally involved with them. So every time you see that you're already emotionally involved, most times you don't take it. The same thing also came to us, and I didn't know. In fact, I didn't know I even attended 2 naming ceremonies from this family. It was later when somebody now said, this is so person's wife. I was like, oh, I've not really met her young. But at that time, I knew I had to step out and call another senior colleague of mine and say, sorry, because I know this people, I don't think I will be objective in this matter. I have to transfer it to you. So what? To avoid any conflict of interest. So we see that you have to deal with things on the merits. You don't have to assess it on the weakness and the strengths of the matter, no stereotyping of parties, no imposition of what? Solutions. In your place, even if you have a solution, solutions for the party, you're just like the headsman. You're leading the cows. You know the cow most times. There's one line, the box is the grass, so he's eating, others are going. What does the headman do? He comes back and he shepherds it to go together. So you're leading them to their solution. Parties already have an idea of solution. You just suggest them, don't impose. For example, during the last year settlement, we found a one of the settlement agreement where the mediator said, the mediator, you don't have a say. The parties are reach on social and parties towards the side. So skills for effective communication, we saw it, questioning skills, we talked about it, analytical skills, and also listening skills. We should learn to question at the right time. We said open questions, closed questions, being analytic. Remember, thinking outside the box, the line you join together. You have to start from one point and close it. You think outside the box. Then you listen, constant, active listening, and that's a lot of consistency. Then also we look at barriers also to effective communication. In conclusion, for you to be an effective communicator, you must be an effective communicator to succeed in mediation. Remember what we said at the beginning. When we communicate to what? Inspire to what? Inform to what? Motivate to what? And also to what? Clarify. This is what we call effective communication. And this is where we say, thank you very much for listening. We have any questions? Okay, feedback.
So, if you have questions.
Virtual questions will be answered virtually. Site questions will be answered on site. Can we take it? So what would be the solution? Like the iron now is the reason. For your land, iron is the gold. So in that wise, what do you do? How do you say iron and how wise? Say gold. Understand is we need to be aware of our culture. We have some cultural elements. For example, I was born in Lagos State. I grew up in Lagos State, and understand with the Yorubas, respect is very important. When you're greeting your senior, articulate and you greet properly. But I now notice that I'm married to an Igbo man. They are not really keen on that. To them, that's not respect. You want to show respect. So you're being aware of your culture and where you are. Depends on where you are. For example, the other one I gave you, going to visit the area. You want to see the area? Cover your head. If you don't have to see me, you stay outside, and everybody is on the floor. You understand? But for me to now insist that, what do you mean? I'm an important personality. So you know what the sensitive, that's the that word. And as a good mediator, also the sensitive to people's feelings. I'll give you another example. When I was in the marriage, the first person came and that was supposed to be like the second person came was supposed to be like the alleged violator. I knew what I've done to be able to bring him. It was the red thing and for an invitation. I knew what I was. So I stood up to meet him. But the other person saw it as what is this? Celebrating she giving here and was like, I wasn't interested in the case. That singular thing alone was the end of the matter. Not only did people already had issues before now. So for each party, if you're giving one person this receipt, You now give the other person that plastic care disease. The first issue already. So you have to be very sensitive to it. If you stand up to give the person, then please stand up to this second person. Then even use of language is also less sensitive to the language, because language means, I'm sure in where we do language in school, for something about oral language. It means a different thing in another language. You just have to be very sensitive to where you are. If somebody was saying it jokingly today, something else. Someone was saying something and the other person meant it and just stop. So in that position, dividing between verbal communication and non-verbal, sorry, they don't see something offensive. I said, no, I was shocked. Because this means in my so you yourself, we learn to look at study people, observe them, and compare. I think we won't have anything. I hope I have answered the question. Yes,
virtual participants, can you confirm if you can hear us?
Yes, sir. We can hear you, sir.
Okay, is there any question from online participants?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Online participants.
Well, ours is not a question, it's just a comment. Yes. Well,
We can hear you.
Nora, I think we appreciate your presentation, even though I don't expect anything less than what you have presented. You have been in the system of in the business of ADR for a long time, and I think for us to have more and more of such kind of presentation, more lawyers, more judges, more alcalis, more magistrates, is going to help in the dispensation of justice in the states. To so, please let me call the person that is making this call. Thank you. That's my presentation. I'm Nora. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you. If you have any questions about virtual, you can type that in the chat box. Thank you. So if you have any questions.
My question is, no need to say that whatever decision mediation happens, without small parents, it's not used against the individual or parties. My question is, remember doing the settlement, this is where the partner comes. The settlement, the mediators to settle the disputes. So in a situation where some of them, the decision is taken, we're now taking back to us to the courts adopted as consent judgment. In that situation, wherein they are being adopted as consent judgment, now the issue of the possibility, let me see when parties agree, have an agreement that so period, I'm going this like particular person, social amount of money going to be paid by social end of December or so. In some situation, wherever nothing now is with the courts, as consent judgment, not just litigation agreement like that that's been settled. That's we say that's consent judgment adopted cannot be because where the party failed. That's my question. Since it started from the court and it was reversed and it was taken back to the court, the adopted as consent judgment.
Thank you very much. So what is really happening, for example, as you now noticed your proposals or any of the private mediation session, once that is done, parties will agree. And it's very difficult most times when parties are agreeing. And that's why we have to be also in drafting agreements. We have to take That's why we always say it's very good when the lawyers are involved. You, the mediator, must not necessarily be involved in that agreement. You could actually tell parties, both lawyers, sit down together, chat together, they look at it, and most times they will always be consistent. In case of any.
To the understand where you can get.
If this is not done by still time, the example I gave is the person that was supposed to pay the money, and they called the guarantor gives the vehicle. In case we are able to pay this money out to sold dates, here is a collateral should be sold. So usually there will be such a clause in the agreement that once there's default, parties can just do it. While we say the consent judgment goes down, the court is adopting it. So usually what happens at the multiple court, once there's an agreement like that, the mediator writes a report, the report of the mediator, which goes with parties agreement. So when the judge reads, the judge has an idea of what transpired during the mediation and this. That's indifferent from saying that when the matter goes for trial. So when the matter goes for trial, it's not consent judgment is now. Because consent judgment is what the court is adopting, that is what parties agreed. So we're not going to do a full-blown trial again. The court is just adopting this as consent judgment. However, trial is starting the local. And now, whatever was said in the dictionary without prejudice is now coming to be used. We said no, that is not allowed. So we see that there's a clear line between that consent judgment is consent judgment. Actually saves the time, cost, and everything. And it's actually better for lawyers. So if lawyers can understand this, instead of going all the lengths for a full trial, you save time, you save cost, and you still charge your full legal fee. And you spend less time in the courts, and you get consent judgment, and everybody moves on, and the government of the court is reduced. So the more lawyers and legislators say, 8 years is not going to take the legal fee. It's rather coming to enhance things and move things faster. I think because I have to answer the question. Okay, do you have any other question? Yes, one of them. Yes.
Most cases, yeah, bringing them on. I think they resolve. Now, that clause was like the consent judgment is a judgment that must be there. But the problem is that the law puts the lawyers, but the lawyers don't take out time to include that clause. Possibly, in the event that social person cannot effect his particular judgment as social duration of time or social needs, so we fall back to this. Now, it's the court nobody can we fall back on the procedure person judgment. I think that happens, and there's a default of commitment. Sometimes because this operational in the long run. So I think, like you said, we should take our time to get lawyers involved in this process of media, get them acquainted with all these things so that they will go to take that time. Rather than to go something in their cases from them, but rather bringing each them in the process of the world. Okay.
So we notice those many times because what we say? We said 8 years was alternative dispute resolution instead of the conventional justification. Why are parties very requested? One, time, two, cost. So many reasons. So you're saying you want to avoid litigation to go through an alternative route. And the alternative route at the end of the day, one of the responsibilities on mediators is that we all have the responsibility to improve the process, to improve the quality of the process. So anything you see that will actually improve the quality of the process by looking at the arguments together, checking it out, and that's one benefit or one advantage of an effective mediator. Your work just doesn't end when the whole thing ends. You still follow up. How far? Are you moved on? And most times when parties agree, it's very difficult for them to always relate on their promises they've made. So in such a possibility, once that clause is there, you see everybody takes out time to make sure that it fulfills his own part of it. Because at the end of the day, ADR doesn't work, and you don't go back to court, you wasted more time. But so trying to avoid going to court and all, of course, if it's a consent judgment, definitely you can enforce at the end of the day. So, but most times, in most cases, they are safe. It doesn't actually get to that enforcement side because parties will naturally just agree and the case will just naturally slide. So thank you very much, everybody. And the process of any question.
That's cafe for mistake. Yeah, I was thinking without.
Can we just stand up and stretch a bit before we go to the next? Just stretch, just move around for 2 minutes. But outside the gates of the door, you just fall out. Stretch your legs, your hands. You can quickly reply, respond to that message.
Your lines of participants. I don't know if there is anyone who has a question. Any comment from eventual participants? Question?
Okay, it's 11:18. So our next class is conflict analysis. Conflict analysis. Conflicts. Conflict analysis. We'll be looking at the introduction, causes of conflict, why do we analyze conflicts, the components of conflict analysis, stages of the conflict, method of conflict analysis, and conflict analysis tools. Disputes are what? They're a part of human existence. Do we agree?
Yes.
So
Online participants, can you hear? Once.
Disputes of what?
Yes, we can hear.
Incompatible interests and goals by different groups. Look at all the conflicts. When we had the Niger Delta issue, the issue in Zamfara, Gaza. One is not willing to share. This one is not willing to want to tolerate each other. So definitely we will have disputes. So we can understand conflict as a what? Incompatible interaction between at least two actors. When two people are to get married, we say they're compatible. If they're incompatible, there will be issues. Is the cause to this damage or is the cause of damage? Definitely, there will be conflict. Intentionally, the other party that is causing the damage is ignoring it. There will definitely be conflict. Look at all the conflicts that we had in the country. You see that incompatible interactions between at least two actors. So what are some of the causes of conflict? Yes, can we read them together? Want to go? Scarce resources, yes. 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 Is it the only one in class? Can we go together? Go. Yes. 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 Okay. Is there any other cause we can add to this list? Any other cause of conflict we can add to this list? No. There are plenty, Shay. Very plenty. So we said let's add more to the list of causes of conflict. Sorry? Is deprivation not part of our list before? Was it not captured? Injustice. Yes. Injustice, yes. Poverty, yes. No, sir, finish that word. You must finish it. Sir, finish it. You must finish that word. Thank you, sir. So, class antagonism, difference in values and interests, state and government citizenship, diminishing resources, contradictions of economic and political reforms, emergence of a generation of frustrated, unemployed youths. They're desperate to make ends meet in a depressed economy. Sir, your generation, sir, your generation. You were born and going to in jail. Man, you should education check. See their generation. Bursary, God grocery, everything. Pocket money. So you see now, you now have a generation that's in personal again. I went to University of Wales and I was looked at the hostel space in which you see like 8 people in it. They told us at the time to just 1 or 2 people in that particular. So you see now you have a generation of frustrated youths. Hopefully it will definitely happen. People that are willing to kill. If politicians give them just 50,000 or 20,000, they are willing to do anything for you. Before the frustrated people.
Very frustrated.
Very frustrated. Thank you, sir. So these are some of the causes of conflict. We have more and more of this. So these are the things we said conflicts are what's inevitable. As far as we have these things causing them, definitely. So we now say conflict analysis is what? It's a process through which we closely examine conflicts. One, we want to understand the process. We want to identify the actors. We want to know the trend. We want to establish a basis upon which we can develop strategies and interventions. We want to see it's a process of examining, we understand the realities of the conflict from various perspectives. It is the systematic study of the profile, the process, the actors, and dynamics of conflict. We see that these things don't just happen. There is what? A build-up. We can see it. Okay, this will happen. Before you know this will happen, treat it. Most times you always say, so this is why we do what? We analyze conflict. So we see that when we do this, it describes the systematic study. You're looking at the profile, you're looking at the process, you're looking at the actors, the dynamics of the conflict. What is the aim? You want to what? Understand a thorough understanding of what is going on. It's a detailed study of any situation. We're using specific frameworks, paradigm, and methods. It's the practical tool to analyze conflict in order to prioritize and strategize conflict resolution programs and efforts. So you're not just studying for studying's sake. You're studying to know what are the consequences, how can we come in, how can we intervene. So most times, most of these international organizations, they actually do a conflict analysis. That's why it's a lot of them can actually give early warning signs. I'll tell you, this as the things that caused the 2001 crisis. We're seeing the same thing again. So early warning sign, they begin to warn their staffs, avoid this place, don't go to this place, do this and do that. So for a good conflict situation analysis, the analyst has a duty to bring out these 3 closely related conflict analysis components, namely the context of the conflict, the stages of the conflict, and the timeline. Every conflict will have a context. It will have its stages, different stages, and also the timeline. Other components of the conflicts will include what's the perspective. Somebody in Kaduna will have a whole different perspective. You in Kaduna will have a different perspective. You in Kaduna North. The person in Kaduna South will have a different perspective. Then the parties to the conflict, their positions, their interests, their need, their fear. All these are what components of conflict analysis. So why do we analyze conflicts? Number 1, to do what? Better understand the historical and structural antecedents as well as the current events. Again, we analyze conflicts to identify the actors, their perceptions of conflicts, and how they relate to each other. To understand the factors and trends that underpin it, to help humanitarians, peace builders, and organizations to get a better understanding of the context they work in and their role. To learn from past experiences and accurately strategize or intervene. So these are the reasons we do what? Analyze conflicts. Are we together? Can we move ahead?
Yes.
We diagnose, we assess damage, facilitate future planning, we identify the risk causes, we determine the best approach, we unveil hidden forces at play, we guard against future occurrence and prefer solutions. Those are other reasons again. Because most times what you see, I think the more you see, there might be some hidden factors when that conflict, which you have no idea. Or you're just seeing a different thing, you don't know what is happening. So conflicts, look at the tip of the iceberg. Can you see the iceberg? You can see with your eyes. It's less than. Can you see what is underneath?
No.
What's underneath is times how many of this? Almost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Almost times 7 of what you can see. Now imagine when the Titanic hits the iceberg. You didn't know what was under. You only saw one tiny thing on top, and you thought it was just going to brush and go around. You didn't know what was under. So most times we're dealing with what is on top. We have no idea what is under. So can you see the things under? You can only see the conflict. You're not seeing the positions of parties. You're not seeing the interests. You're not seeing their needs, their expectations, their aspirations, their goals, culture, beliefs, affiliations, power imbalance, emotions, ego. You're only seeing the conflicts. And so for you to analyze conflicts, you must take all these things into account, not just the benefits. Can we go ahead?
Yes.
So where can we use conflict analysis? We say, of course, what are doing with conflicts? To focus on certain aspects of the conflict and organize information. To determine the conflict system boundary, the option of revising this data. Conflict always goes what takes us back. Because we keep destroying things, we're not moving forward, it's up to you. So there is an urgent need to analyze conflicts to prevent to proper solutions. 1, 2. Should I go back? Sorry. Should I go ahead? 1, 2 we can use is what we call one of the conflict analysis tools. So we have the ABC triangle, mapping, onions, timeline, tree. We have more conflicts and some that we can use. ABC triangle. You can see the triangle. Remember your 1 point, or what was kind of thinking outside the box. This one is easy, you can it's one way. A stands for what? B stands for what? C stands for what? So you're looking at the attitude of parties in conflicts. What are the attitude of parties? What are the behaviors of parties? What are the context of these conflicts? So if you want to use the ABC triangle, you use this in resolving the issue. So in the ABC triangle, the context affects the attitude. And the attitude leads to change in behavior we see on the outside. The context of one particular conflict affects the attitude, and the attitude leads to a change in behavior For example, somebody that is on the normal way, and you guys free to see them and everything. All of a sudden, the person becomes cold. What happens? The context of that conflict has created an attitude, and the attitude has what led to the change in behavior of that person, and that's what you see on the outside. I'm just like, I was putting the strength and was so cold. So if you don't find out why the change in attitude or behavior, you might not understand. So there's a circle of pain. You need to break that circle of pain, and the context is often the weakest link that can be used to enter into the resolution of the dispute, because you don't even know where it's coming from. You just see that change, but you can't explain it. So until you dig down and see into the roots, before you will now know what the context, and you know why the change of behavior. If you use the conflict mapping, it gives a graphic illustration that shows events which is plotted on a time scale. Information is gathered from both sides to the conflict. Why we use conflict mapping is that it helps to understand the trend of the conflict and the perception of people involved in it. It shows you a chronological order of events that led to the stage of the conflict as of date. It facilitates understanding of the real issues at stake and the history of the case with dates, and it unearths the remote causes. Like, for example, if you plot a graph, you can see that during December it's high, in June it's lower. So when you map out, as you see the map, you're able to tell, okay, it's at the timeline, this is at the context and the rest. This is an example of mapping. This is the family dispute that has been mapped. Can you all see it? You see the red line is indicating what is broken relationship. You see the next one is indicating what a broken alliance. The next one, the two lines is indicating what an alliance. Then you see the weak alliance and the strong. Can you tell me the relationship between the father and mother? What's the relationship between the father and mother? The father and mother. The broken alliance. Thank you. So now with this, remember what we said here. We said it gives you a graphic illustration that is showing you events plotted against the time scale. It shows chronological order of events that led to the stage of the conflict and everything. So with this now, when you map this out, you can see that between the daughter and the son, what's the relationship with the children? There's a strong relationship with the children, with their mother, with their grandmother, with their father. But look at the relationship between the mother and the daughter. What happens between the mother and the daughter? There's a discord. But between the mother and the son, there's a very strong relationship. Say the discord, between the father and the grandmother.
Weak alliance.
There's a weak alliance. When the mother and the grandmother, there's a discord. Yeah. Between the uncle and the father. Uncle and father. Alliance. So this can just give a picture. So when the parties come to you with this, we're able to state the issues. Now imagine there is somebody here in the corner.
Right.
And there's a red line here. Who is that person? This man, you're very experienced. What did I do to communicate now?
Huh?
What did I do to communicate now? I'm very experienced. You really got the sense for it. What is your mind going to now? Can you see communication? I just said what? He's an experienced man. And somebody has made it to me that this man is very experienced.
The first one.
As I already mentioned, and you already know about the somebody at the phone. I didn't mention side triple. So you can see between the person in the corner here and here is a red line. But between that person here and this, the interest and what? And the primary parties in the conflicts. In an onion model, you see that the onion has different layers. The outermost layer, in the outermost layer, what happens? You see the position. You see the position in the outermost layer. You see the statement of the conflict made by the parties in the conflict. Underneath that lies the interest of the parties. Beneath that, again, another layer. At the core of the onions lies the needs, the real issues that controls the conflict. Recently, one of my clients, when I see their calls most times, they call at any time of the night. I want to divorce. A lot of women that come to me saying I want to divorce, they really don't want to divorce. But a lot of them, when they just come, I want to divorce, I want to divorce. It's not as if they really want. That's the outer layer. That's the position. That's the statement they're giving. But underneath that lies their interest. Beneath that lies unmet needs. The man is either cheating or not facing up to his responsibility. Those are the real issues. And so most of the people will tell you, it's not really that down to divorce. If it's meeting up to his responsibility, I will not divorce. But when they come to you, they just say, I want to divorce. So you, as a good mediator, will be able to now do what? Use this onion model to do what? To identify where the real needs, the interest lies in order for you to get to the core of the matter instead of just looking at that tip of the iceberg. So we now go to another tool again, which is the pillars. What's the one of this pillar? It's about the structure. It's about the structure. If you want to put the structure down, if you remove the pillar, the structure comes down. It will be weak. But when you come down, might. A matter of time. It's made between its might. Which one? The purpose of the pillar is to support it. So the pillar was there for the final purpose of it. So if the pillar is removed, but the pillar precedes its first purpose. If the pillar is removed, definitely So we call.
Sometimes we have
May, or some time. Time, so it's a matter of time, but it's a matter of time. Because if a strong wind or something comes up, it's will or strong wind, okay, so at least you understand that. So elements or forces that control the conflict. So this is what we are doing. Just imagine there's a conflict. The pillars are what the elements that will hold or sustain it. Situations thereby sustaining it: intolerance, fanaticism, lack of understanding, poverty, bigotry, misinformation, discrimination, illiteracy, and so on. To properly manage a conflict, the sustaining pillars must be removed, not made, must be removed. And you can see the sustaining pillars in a conflict: illiteracy, discrimination, bigotry, misinformation, fanaticism, lack of understanding, poverty. Must be removed if you want to say an end to that conflict. So in pillars, we understand how structures are sustained. We identify the factors that are holding and maintaining an undesired situation. We consider ways to weaken or remove these negative factors or transform them into more positive structures. When Boko Haram started, how did it start? All these things we're talking about, let's face facts. You see children running on the streets, no parental love, no care. And you're saying you want to be safe, and you say you want to remove conflicts when we still have this strong weakness. You see, we're just deceiving ourselves. We've said this, John. Okay. Purpose. Which one are we on now? This one is working it. To provide information about the history of the conflict, shows different views of the conflict. We have another this thing. No, what was this one? With this one not there. Anyway, to clarify and understand each party's perception of the events. Sorry. Purpose is to identify the events that are most important or significant to each party. It is a way of helping parties to accept their own perspective, as the perspective is only a part of the truth. It's just one side of the coin. If you leave your own perspective and come to the side of the other party, you'll be able to see from a different viewpoint what the person is saying. You know, most times we only feel we are right till we see the other person's perspective. Now we move to the complex tree. Can we see? You see the branches, you can see the leaves, you can see the roots, but you can't see the trunk, but you can't see the roots. Oh. So what are the roots? The roots are invisible, the anchors, the life force. You see there are times when you cut a tree, there are times when you need to uproot the tree. There are some trees that even causes crack in a building. Tell you how strong they are. So when you cut that tree, it will grow again if you don't uproot it. It's just a matter of time. Look at the roots of that tree. Can you see the roots? Power governance. So I think my slide. Poor governance, corruption, nepotism, poverty, marginalization, unemployment, injustices, deprivation, intolerance, ignorance. I think was it the before yesterday in Congo, Brazzaville? 37 youths were killed by what? Stampede. The military announced that they were going to be a replacement in the military. And they all rush within the stadium or so. You can imagine very nice. Imagine what it means. 37 able bodies and the others injured. Unemployment. See what happened to our own also during the time of this other man. So we're saying injustice, ignorance, intolerance, all these are the invisible life anchor that the roots feeding the tree we see. So are the branches and leaves, the signs you now see. You see kidnapping, you can see militancy, you see insurgency, you're seeing hostage taking, you're seeing smaller conflicts, but you're not seeing all these things. What are the things pushing these guys to do this thing they do? No job, no this thing. Injustice everywhere, marginalized. You see the difference between this tree and that tree. When you have this, you see what you see on the branches. So these are branches of conflict resolution. So what are the challenges to conflict analysis? Time. Most times we don't have time. It is seen by some as people are not listening to the Bible. Just enter, give direct intervention. Don't bother wasting time analyzing the conflicts. Dynamics or the phases of engagement. Dynamics of the conflicts affect the analysis or changes. For example, climate change. You can't really tell some things that you used to tell before. Why? Things have changed. So dynamics of the conflict, different things that enter into that you can't really transparently say, okay, this is what is triggering it or what is causing it, especially if there are external forces. You now find out what are the benefits of these external actors. Some people must sell their arms by all means, so they must cause conflicts because they want to sell their arms. So even if there's poverty or anything, these guys must sell their arms, so they must fuel conflicts. Triggers could become more critical to a conflict than observant trends and indicators. Behaviors of stakeholders are difficult to analyze. Just different stakeholders, people benefiting from conflicts. You can also have hidden shadows. You don't know what their agenda is. You see them pushing aids to Africa. What's the agenda? They're pushing liberalization, pushing vaccines and everything. What's the agenda? Actors may be unknown. So we cannot afford to keep passing down conflicts to our generation of them. Rather, let us learn to collaborate one another, live together in peace, and bequeath a future full of hope, well-being, and prosperity to the next generation. Everyone in this room, we all have that responsibility to be an ambassador of peace in your sphere and influence. And with this, we say thank you very much for listening. Do we have questions, observations, comments? Thank you.
Okay. Online participants, please can you indicate if you can hear us? Can someone say something from the online participants? Mr. Samuel, can you hear us?
Yes, please, I can hear you, Mr. Notchang.
Mr. Samuel?
Yes, Mr. Notchang, I can hear you, sir.
Online participants.
Can you hear me?
Us?
Yes, I can hear you, sir, Mr. Notchang.
If you are speaking, you have to unmute. I think Mr. Samuel.
Mr. Naksang, I can hear you. I can hear you, sir.
Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any question from the online participants? Okay. Please, do we have any? Okay. Please, we have listened to effective communication. We have now looked at conflict analysis. Just as the saying goes, it's not everything that you see that it is what it is. I've seen a picture, from the picture you see as if it is a car that possibly is abandoned and maybe grasses started growing on it. But when you come closer, you will see that there is no car there. It's actually, a bush, with trees and all of those things. So you see that when people come, sometimes what they are telling you is not what they really need. It is not. It is left for you through your training, having gone through this, to be able to understand or analyze, the conflict. If you are not able to identify the root cause, it will be like wasted effort. You will struggle and struggle. It's like you cannot see a smoke without a fire, right? So if you take effort to blow up the smoke away, and the fire is still there, have you done anything? You have just wasted your time. So this is one of the important aspects of mediation skills that we all need to understand. And she has shared with us different ways, that you can analyze conflict and the reasons why you analyze conflict. So do we have questions or comments from the audience, both physically and online? If you have questions, comments, please. For virtual participants, raise your virtual hands. For physical participants, you can go ahead. Any question? Okay, so if there is no question, it means that, okay.
First, analyzing the society we live in, and identifying some causes of conflicts. The question just came to my mind. And conflicts should was a good in that was the question that just came to my mind. Looking at society living in differences, language barriers, and other things that we identify, just came to my mind. Let me just ask. A conflict is cured, or it can only be reduced or eliminated.
From here, I'll go to a cooperative meeting. I just thought to let you know. Okay. You can bring down my suit for me, I beg. Where do you chef, I beg?
Huge. Nobody's progress. We've seen the particular country where the sense of prisons were empty.
Give for my
We know that there's some common elements.
You want on the wooden shelf, yes.
Pure, blessings, but the most important thing is dealing with this responsibility. You can deal with this responsibility. Somebody finishing school, 7 years, 10 years, good from two parties, parents' house. The parents are expecting so much, and it needs to. So, you can do this, and you don't see in that same society. Somebody is tapping on and hearing from the video of that and all our lives. So we want to look from the same power of balance. Because there's so much for generation and more. And people have it to places like Morocco and Lagos and people stay in the ghetto, building house from river benefits. Actually, not in Nigeria, we don't just you can speak about touch poverty, you can feel poverty. So yes, you can deal with this responsibility. Definitely, but if you don't think with this responsibility, we're just giving ourselves
ring lights from
yes, somebody saying some of the you can you tell the child, don't beat a child, and you tell the child not to cry. So just hope we don't have a revolution very soon. The way things are going. Because you can imagine our representatives getting this huge amount of parts of themselves and they're telling Nigerians to dare to how long.
Okay. So any further questions? Please, you are free to ask any other question.
Sorry, no, it sounds like does that mean that the family issues too, we have to wait until the general societal process of is solved before we can resolve our family issues? Because I know that family problems that maybe came as a result of that they are a product of the society. But then the big household announcements, okay, the society Nigeria is so bad. Nigeria is bad, so the husband will be by to be down with his wife. Then we should change society rather than
so we see most of these things, as we said, they are all roots of it. Most of it actually start from the home. Because the home is responded to it. And you see most times, most of this Western ideas are target against the home. You see this issue of LGBTQ rights and the rest. It's all targeted at the home. You see where the home before mothers stay at home, mothers go to work. That's why we have to produce good men like you. Because by the mother was strictly at home, the respect is there, family meals, meal time, everything. It was fine. But now the mother has to work, the father has to work, where do the children stay? I can't leave them on their own. Or we have this issue. So if we can deal with the family, every family you face and you cater for the children you can cater for. You give them values, love, respect. Parental love is there, very important. Most of, if you check out, in fact, a research was done in the US on a particular family line. And they noticed that there was this particular family where they kept churning out solicitors, lawyers, judges, clergymen, that was the generation. Then there was another generation that they traced for like 10 generations. They kept churning out prostitutes, criminals, things, and it just kept going on like that. Let the truth be told. If a good man and a good woman marries and everything, it will be very difficult for them to be friends with you now, except in that external influence or so. So if everybody is playing his role and not giving your role for Nigeria or the government to cater for your children for you. To definitely turn out. When children are home when they need to be home, the children are coming with dreadlocks and everything, and you're not asking them as they go, what is wrong with you or so, and it's okay. The children are going out, and you're saying that if you're coming back, don't go from you. Do you get? And we're seeing these things as normal. If somebody is coming to drop your daughter at the gate by 10 p.m., my daughter won't come to bring home. Values. So when it starts from the home, if everybody plays the role, the father provides and God provides, the mother supports as you go, and everybody things move on naturally. Or if things don't move on naturally according to the natural order of things, then you have confusion. And we take it on the society where it's okay for you to still vote, it's okay for you to spend government money, and you say, even if I'm living, we try to go money, for a lot of us that blame our leaders, people are there, we think better. That's the question we should have ourselves. So, these are where this is from values, belief system. If we all actually follow what our religion book says, if we all actually follow everything, this is one of the most important things we know. But the thing is that when we follow what our religion book says, it's big thing. We're a different thing where we go to the people's house, in office, we're a different thing, at home, we're a different thing. So most times we're not really dealing with the responses of most of these things, and that's why we're doing it. So we can't blame Nigeria for it. When we all do what we need to do, we all follow cue. Well, yesterday, somebody was like, no, that was Biden, she wasn't equipped, and was thinking that he just kept showing it on the road. And I always get to the girl to think about this day. I'm today in my door, actually going to finish right and don't into the trash. I don't know what the money back to something on the road. I said, is it anything that points to the road? They don't have any water. They don't get to the streets. So imagine protection, imagine God help us.
Okay. In the absence of any further question, I want to, on behalf of in the absence of further questions, may I, on behalf of on behalf of the management of Settlement House India Training Institute and on behalf of the governing body of Settlement House India Training Institute, thank Mrs. Laura Bismarck and Mary Ole. Laura, I did not have the opportunity to introduce her. Laura has been a sister, an elder sister for that matter. She has been my senior right from school, and her passion for ADR is something else. So she is one of the recognized ADR practitioners here in Kaduna. When you are talking about ADR, you know, it's as though Laura's name goes along with it. So for some of you, I know you must have known her. She's very passionate. She has been preaching the gospel of ADR all over Kaduna State, all over Nigeria, and I believe in Africa and eventually all over the world. Laura is a lawyer by training. She has a law firm. She practices, but she rarely goes to court. And you know, when you see her in court, it's either to file one terms of settlement or in rare occasions, she has chosen a path and a career for herself. She's very compassionate. very sisterly, if you know, and her guide, her instruction, her direction has actually brought this institute to where it is today. She has been a faculty member of this Settlement House right from inception. She has been there training participants since 2021 when we started our training. And she has a master's degree in peace and conflict resolution. Am I correct? Peace and conflict resolution, to show you our area of passion. We have earlier on told the participants that there is need for you to diversify, and when you are diversifying, you should actually concentrate on an area of expertise. Be recognized as a commercial mediator. Be recognized as a construction arbitrator or mediator or whatsoever. Be recognized as such, so that you know that you are a specialist in your own field. So she, as I said, she's a lawyer. She's a faculty member of Nigerian Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators. And she is a full member of that particular institute. She is also a faculty member of Mediation Training Institute, Nigeria. It's also one of the ADR Training Institute that certifies mediation. She is a faculty member of that institution, and she has been very, very instrumental in making sure that ADR finds its roots in Kaduna State, right from inception. And she's also very passionate. She has been very instrumental in bringing about the establishment of the small claims court. If you remember, I mentioned something about the small claims court earlier during the training. She's very instrumental. The small claims court is actually a court where, Laura, can you just come and tell them a little about the small claims court? Okay, our worship is here. Okay, maybe we will ask him, since he's here with us, he's going to. Oh, I see. Okay, so we're going to call her, since he's here with us, to actually give us more perspective. We have judges of the customary court, judges of Sharia court, judges of Sharia Court of Appeal, magistrates here present. Your role is very, very crucial and important, and you can carve a niche for yourself in that area. So Laura has been there. She has been very, very instrumental. So on behalf of the faculty members and the governing body of Settlement House, we want to appreciate you so much for sharing your thoughts with these esteemed participants. I believe that they will have you to honor and direct all credit to you for the role you have played in making them understand this critical aspect of mediation. With that, we want to appreciate you and say thank you and thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Yes, so without waste of time, we are going straight to the next session so that we utilize our time. And then, Mr. Samuel, I believe that you are here with us. Can you?
Yes, sir. I'm here. Good afternoon, everybody.
Unmute. If you check your timetable, it's on your training platform.
I'm speaking.
I believe that everybody is on that training platform now, right? If you are not there, you are not? Okay. Please add him to the training platform. Remember your practicals for today. During your break time, go through it so that we will have a wonderful time during the practical today. We have our very own Samuel here with us. Samuel, can you indicate this if you are with us?
Yes, sir, Mr. Nathan. Good afternoon. I can hear you loud and clear, please.
Mr. Samuel?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, everyone.
Mr. Samuel, can you?
I'm
Mr.
here.
Samuel, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you. I'm with you. Mr. Nachan, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well,
Good afternoon, we're with you.
All right, it seems there's a disconnect between the virtual participants
No,
and
no.
the physical participants.
I think you can go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Can you hear me, sir? Mr. Nachan?
Go ahead. We can hear you clearly.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm grateful. Can I begin my slide?
Very well, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon, dear participants. Good afternoon, my lords. Good afternoon, your worships. A lovely afternoon to everyone that is part of this training. We deeply appreciate your presence. I must begin by appreciating my highly esteemed brother, Mr. Nachan, the CEO of Shati, for this great privilege to be part of this training session. I'm deeply grateful. And I want to especially thank Laura for making me know more now than I knew when I joined her session. I think the last two sessions she took was flawless, seamless. I enjoyed her voice, enjoyed learning under her. Laura, I am deeply grateful. So without much ado, let me quickly, please confirm if you can see my screen. Please, can I get confirmation if you can see my screen, please? Uh-oh.
Can only see your face. We can't see anything other than your face.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Nachang, are we good to go? Can the physical participants confirm if they can see my screen and hear me clearly? Can we proceed?
Yes, you can.
Wow. Can the physical participants hear me? Can they see my screen, please?
We can hear you. You can see your screen.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm grateful, sir. All right. Once again, good afternoon, my lords, your worships, and all physical and virtual participants. Welcome to this session of the training. Now, we'll be looking at questioning techniques in mediation. And I'm happy this is coming after we've looked at some critical topics as a forerunner to this specific one that we are having. questioning techniques in mediation. Now, permit me to begin looking at these quotes. Now, questions are the engines of intellect and cerebral machines, which convert energy to motion and curiosity to controlled inquiry. This statement is accredited to David Hackett Fisher. Now, Albert Einstein said, if I have an hour to solve a problem and my life depended on the solution, I will spend the first 55 minutes determining the proper question to ask. For once I know the proper question, I could solve the problem in less than 5 minutes. Albert Einstein, this is his position to let us know the important role questioning plays in any matter. Paul and Elder, 2001 said, the quality of questions we ask will therefore determine the quality of our thoughts. PFS Media said, effective questioning brings insight, which fuels curiosity, and curiosity on its own cultivates wisdom. The Righteous Question Institute says, questioning is the ability to organize our thoughts around what we do not know. In other words, the end product of question is information and increased knowledge. Permit me to begin. Asking the correct strategic questions at the right moment can make all the difference in a successful mediation session. The right questions phrased correctly, the right questions asked at the right time can unlock valuable and hidden information. When we are able to ask correct questions in the right manner, it may reveal a new way of looking at a particular problem. Don't forget, if parties have been able to resolve their disputes, they will not make themselves available for mediation. The fact that they've come to mediation simply means they may have exploited other avenues and couldn't make any headway. Or coming to mediation may simply means they have decided not to resolve the issue at all. And in the process of time, it has snowballed. And now here they are before you, the mediator, seeking for your help. What are we to do is to see how we can take advantage to know the correct position they are, in order to know how we can move them from their present position of dispute to their desired position of resolution. Asking the correct questions make us to be better informed. Asking the correct questions can also help us build relationship. When we are able to ask the correct questions in mediation, it becomes easier for us to manage parties. And when we are able to manage them, we can give them professional assistance in learning more about the issues on the table. Asking questions can help you know more about people. You know what they talk about, personality types, looking at their gesticulations, looking at how they appear, their mannerism. We're able to understand more about them for us to know how to help parties in mediation. I overheard Laura re-emphasizing the fact that in mediation, the third-party neutral, who is a skillful, trained, and certified ADR practitioner, our major role is to see how we can assist parties. You cannot just jump into the middle of the dispute and begin to chart a way forward. We need to know how to begin, where we should begin, and the point in which we can find a point of entry into the parties before us. Noble lords, your worship, great minds, permit me to say that good questioning skill is a very fundamental and vital component of effective communication. Understanding how to use the different types of questioning skills can help you as an individual, not just in a mediation session, but can assist you in your career as an individual. So good questioning skills make your mediation session to be seamless, and it also adds value to you as an individual. The indispensability of possessing good communication skills in our world today can never be overemphasized. Learning how to ask questions effectively can help you develop. Please, if you are not on the call, do you mind? Please, Hawa Yahaya.
Hey, sorry.
Can you be muted, please?
Sorry, yes, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you, Hawa Yahaya. Thank you for responding promptly. It shows that you are with us. I appreciate you. Learning how to ask questions effectively can help you develop positive relationships with your mentors, with your colleagues, with the clients, and with the parties that is before you. As an ADR practitioner, as a mediator, we do not know everything. So we must understand that questioning skills operate in the form of a plus sign. When you have 4 arrows pointing, one pointing upward, one pointing downward, one pointing to the left, the other pointing to the right. Good questioning skills can enable you maintain a balanced relationship, a balanced, healthy, and fruitful relationship with your superiors. I overheard Mr. Nachan when he was saying one or two things about Laura, stating that she was his own superior. Now, there's a relationship upward. There must be a way we can effectively commune with those above us in order for us to be better informed. We must have a way of communing with those at our level, our colleagues, to be better informed. We must also know how effectively to commune with those below us, the parties before us. That is the complete circle of questioning. So in mediation, there are cases where a mediator is in a session and the way the matter is going, he may be at a loss on how to handle the issues. That mediator can call for an adjournment. That session can be adjourned and postponed to another day to enable the mediator to consult with persons. In other words, questioning skills is not just relevant to a mediator, between mediator and party relationship. Questioning skills comes to play when a mediator needs to confer with those above, more experienced mentors. I hope I'm making sense. Asking the right questions can also help you gather important information, learn new things, and develop productive solutions. It is not just what is being asked. A very fundamental question is, how is it being asked? When a correct question is asked in an inappropriate manner, the response will not be beneficial. So understanding questioning skills in mediation, we should be able to understand if we want to ask a simple question, we should know how to ask it, and we should know when to ask such questions. Developing good questioning skills in mediation helps us to improve our intrapersonal and interpersonal skills. I had to bring this one here to understand you cannot give what you don't have. Whatever you give is a reflection of what you have. Whatever you say is a reflection of what you have processed in your thoughts. So we must be able to ask ourselves, do I have good questioning skills as an individual? How do I relate with myself? How do I relate with those around me? It is crucial. When we develop good questioning skills, it helps us to improve our critical thinking. The blind cannot lead the blind. If you want to assist parties in resolving their disputes, then you that is making yourself available must not be confused, because most times when you are before parties and the claimant makes his opening statement, giving you the facts of the matter, when the respondent begins their own side of the story, many times you will almost be confused because the position of the respondent, it is in total discontinuous with the position of the claimant. What do you do? Where do you begin from? So as an individual, as a mediator, as an ADR practitioner, good questioning skills help us to improve our critical thinking skills, and it helps us to clarify important conversation points. You will agree with me that in the course of a session, it is not everything that a party says that we should emphasize on. It is not everything, not every point that a party raises that we should consider. Why? Because there are some issues that will truncate the peace process. Many times when you are guiding parties in the process of mediation, it may seem as if you are making a headway. All of a sudden, something may just go out of the line, and you discover that the whole process is having a downward trend. What happens? We should be able to put ourselves together and help parties come back to line. Good questioning skills helps the mediator to coach and manage other team members. Many a times, the mediator may not be the only person in that mediation session. The mediator may have a co-mediator. The mediator may also have a DRO, what we call dispute resolution officer. So with all these persons on ground, the mediator should be able to manage his team of resolution experts and also manage the parties that are there. Importance of developing questioning techniques in mediation helps to diffuse tense situations. And it is also useful during session or during caucusing. Caucusing is a situation where the mediator decides to meet with one of the parties. When they are in love with the parties, questioning skills is very crucial to enable the parties open up and do the needful. What are some of the questioning skills that we need to have? I know Laura have talked about this. I'll just come to them. We need to have open questions. There's a need to ask open questions to enable us to have detailed information about the situation. You will agree with me in most cases, in some multi-door courthouses or dispute resolution centers, when parties make their filings, they come with what they call statement of claims. This is the issue at stake. This is the dispute that I have as a claimant. Now that document is served on the respondent. The respondent makes their own reply. Many are times when they come for sessions and they are given opportunity to share their thoughts on the dispute, many times what they say may not be in consonance with what they have on paper. So we don't just draw conclusion on the facts that have been filed before us. We don't draw conclusion on the file that we have as mediators, because before you sit with parties, the center must have given you a file containing all the proofs, all the submissions of both parties to help you have a fundamental knowledge of the dispute. But when session begins, the parties may begin to say things that either affirm or contradict what they have on the document. So we need open-ended questions to enable parties open up to give us better understanding of the subject matter. We may decide to use open questions if we want to learn more about why something happened. If we want to understand the circumstances and events that surround a particular thing, words such as how, what, when, why, which. Could you explain? Could you describe? These words are open-ended that gives the party an opportunity to open up and begin to speak, providing detailed information that will enable the ADR practitioner to know more about the subject of dispute. Questions such as, what happened before the conflict began? We give the party an opportunity to speak more. A question such as, how do you feel about the current situation? Could you explain how you think we can make a headway to accommodate all the parties involved? It makes you to have an understanding about what the party thinks, about what the party feels, and what the party is looking for, the expectation of the party as far as that dispute resolution process is concerned. We have closed-ended question. There's a time to use open-ended question. There's a time to use closed questions, especially when all you need is a useful and simple answer. Useful and simple answer. I've been in a session where one of the parties spent more than 40 minutes talking, 40 to 50 minutes talking. The other party said he used 50 minutes. I will also use 50 minutes just for opening statement. There's a time for everything. If there's a time for everything, it therefore means there's a time to use open questions and there's a time to use closed questions, especially when we need useful and simple answers. The response to this is usually a yes or a no. Questions such as, have you received the response from your principal? Is either a yes or a no. Are you comfortable if we decide to move on with this session? Can we go ahead with this session? Is either a yes or a no. Now, we have probing questions. Probing questions are questions that seeks to achieve a specific aim. Probe means digging. In geology, we have the archaeologists. They dig to know more. So when you want to know more, you may have used open questions, and the response to the open questions were kind of elaborate, but you are not getting the specific information you need. So you can probe to know more, to understand more. Don't forget, one of the fundamental relevance of having good questioning skills as a mediator, what you don't understand, you cannot mediate. What you don't understand, a process you don't understand, you cannot coordinate. So we must come to a position whereby as mediators, we have a clear-cut understanding of the dispute before us. And that is why most cases, before matters are assigned, they want to look, apart from the fact that you are a mediator, you are a certified mediator, the center may want to look at your discipline, your exposure, your background. Just like Mr. Nathan speaking about Laura, she has where she focuses on. She has where she's detailed on. She has a focus in her career. So we want to ask questions that will enable us to understand the disputes. What exactly did you speak? Who exactly did you speak with about this situation? You may want to know the persons involved in a conversation. What was their exact response? Why do you need this information? Can you be more specific? If there's the need to probe, then probing questions needs to be answered. Probing question simply means you are pointing the torchlight at a specific direction, and you are telling the party, this is where I want you to go. This is what I'm expecting from you. Usually, in open questions, the parties may talk out of points. And by our training, we don't just tell them, no, what you are saying is not correct. Please keep quiet. A mediator cannot tell parties to keep quiet. A mediator cannot tell parties, I think what you're saying is not correct. But a mediator can allow parties go on when they are done with their speaking. You cannot come with a probing question to give you more information about a specific area. We have the funnel questions. The funnel questioning techniques begins with general questions. You have where you are going to. You have what you want to know. But when you psychologically evaluate the disposition of the parties, you may discover that if you go straight to the question you have in mind, they may not be too comfortable with it. They may not open up. So what you do, you may not start beating about the bush. Permit me to use this scenario. When a woman needs something from her husband, when the wife needs something from her husband, she may start by going around the bush. How did this go? How did that go? She knows where she's going to. So when a husband understands the wife, say, this one that you are just moving up and down, this one that you are just talking to me, I hope there's no problem. Do you need anything? So there's the need for a mediator to be emotionally intelligent. Yes, that is the right word. To be emotionally intelligent, to know when and how to circumvent the emotions of parties for them to give him or her the information that is needed. Funnel question may begin with a general conversation just to make them feel relaxed, just to make them feel comfortable. Nothing stops a mediator from popping up a scenario like a puzzle. What do you think about this? What do you think about this? To make them open up. And when they are more comfortable, when you've gotten their confidence, you cannot proceed to know what you're looking for. We have leading questions. Leading questions also is used when there's a negotiation to influence the decision of the other party. Most times you find this strategy being used by lawyers in court. They just ask a question that will lead to another, that will lead to another, that will lead to another. And usually, what parties may have said they were not going to reveal, they may end up revealing it. Leading questions are also referred to as reflective questions because they encourage the other party to reflect on a piece of key information before they make their decision. We call this informed decision. This technique is also powerful for business leaders and sales representatives. You will agree with me that having a thorough grasp of questioning skills is not a sole prerogative of mediators. As individuals in our daily interactions, we need good questioning skills. Leading questions, people ask clarifying questions to make sure that they have understanding of what is being told. When parties have made their submissions, they've said what they want to say. And there are some points that we need to confirm. There are some points we need to be sure of. As a mediator, there may be the need to ask questions that will help you clarify some information, clarify some dates, clarify some amounts. Maybe if there's a difference between an amount or a date on the document the parties filed, now while they were making their statement, it's quoted a different amount. It may be crucial as a mediator for you to draw their attention to it and confirm which is accurate. You might use this questioning skill to verify who is responsible for a certain task, the deadline for a project, what next step a party needs to take. Clarifying questions, you can say, oh, before we finish our conversation, let me recap what we have discussed. It is a yes or a no. Yes, I think we should recap for better understanding. A question can be, we are on schedule to visit Locus Inco next week, Tuesday. Is that correct? You need a clarification to affirm either in support or they are not in support. Am I correct when I say our next session we hold on Tuesday, 19 December 2023? Yes, for the purpose of emphasis. Parties must be fully carried along when we are handling questioning, especially in mediation session. Don't forget, parties must be in the know for everything that is being done. When parties leave mediation session and begin to ask their counsel what was said, something is wrong. Why? Because they are the ones at the forefront. They are the owners of the dispute. Mediators are not the owners of the dispute. The owners of the dispute are the parties. So we don't collect the dispute from them. We don't collect the crisis from them. It is with them. We only help them see it from a different angle. I hope we are clear on that. We have the rhetorical questions. When someone asks rhetorical questions, most often they don't really need a response, but it's a question to troubleshoot the mind of the parties. I mentioned earlier when I was taking a session that was on Tuesday. In counseling, when parties come before the counselor, you can paint a scenario. If this is what you are agreeing to, these are the possible outcomes. Is this what you are saying? If this is what you are agreeing to, we think it may lead to this. Do you succumb to this? And you give them time to reflect and think about the question they have been asked. Most often than not, for those that are rationally minded, they may look and listen to what was said and begin to consider if they are to have a rethink of their initial position. Record questions can pop up to make us understand and confirm if we are on the same platform. We have contingency questions. It may not usually come up all the time, but there may be the need to ask some specific questions to some specific set of persons. These questions are dispute sensitive. A matter that is that has medical background. There are some questions you may want to confirm. A matter that has a financial undertone. There are some questions you may want to confirm to see if the need for expert determination is needed in making a headway. So this depends on the matters on hand. Noble lords, your worships, highly esteemed physical and virtual participants, please, as we wrap up, let me quickly highlight some additional tips that will help us ask effective questions in the workplace. Where's the workplace? In our mediation room. That is our workshop. What are we working on? We are seeing how we can produce peaceful resolutions among disputing parties. As a mediator, part of questioning skill is the ability to practice active listening. It is good when we have good questioning skills. We can ask the right questions. We know when to ask the right questions. We know how to pop up the right questions. But when we are skillful in asking the correct questions, and we cannot complement that skill with active listening, chaos may be the outcome. So when a question has been asked, there's the need for us to give the party a chance to respond. And we must make sure that we listen attentively. There's passive listening, there's active listening. Many times, when a party is speaking and you are looking away from the party, maybe you are trying to scribble something down, they may be discouraged. They may not be comfortable. So in practice, when there's the need for you to put down something, you can speak to the party. Do you mind if I take down some few notes while you are speaking to enable me rephrase and give me a better understanding of the subject matter? When you ask that question, the party will tell you either a yes or a no. Most cases, they will tell you a yes. So when you are now writing, the party knows that you are listening to them. We must carry them along in total, holistically. Use your silence to your advantage. If you are asking a group of people questions, pause in between each one to give them a chance to respond. We are not just to barge parties with questions, back to back questions. You know, in an interview setting, there's a possibility that the interviewer will ask the panelist maybe 2 or 3 questions at a go. But in mediation, it is one step at a time. One step at a time. And we may have our mannerisms. Maybe there are some ways we use to interject ourselves when we are speaking. But when we come to mediation, we must be cautious of the fact that we are before parties and their professional ethics that the mediator needs to stick to. Use your silence to an advantage. Speak to them subtly. This can encourage parties to speak up and engage in conversation. Pay attention to your tone and body language. Some persons, they have a naturally high tone. That high tone may be offensive to some persons, may not be offensive to others. That high tone, some persons will say, you are shouting at me. Say, no, that's how I speak. But you must be cautious to understand your parties, the people before you, and know what will make them yield, what they will appreciate as far as that process is concerned. We've heard of cases whereby parties will tell the Dispute Resolution Institute, we don't want this mediator again. We need him to be changed. So pay attention to your tone. There was a scenario where when one party was speaking, the mediator was nodding the head. When the other party was speaking, the mediator did not nod. The mediator was just listening, and the party became angry and said, mediator, I can see you have concluded on this matter. While the other party was speaking, you were nodding your head. You are in agreement with them. As is have been speaking, you've never nodded your head. I can see you have made up your mind. You are biased. That innocent body posture almost truncated the process. It therefore means if we smite to one, we smite to the other. If we nod to one, we nod to the other. We must pay attention to our tone and body language when we are communing with them with questions. There may be the need to maintain eye contact. Look at your parties. There are some persons, when you maintain eye contact with them, they're encouraged to speak more. There are those when you engage, when you have eye contact with them, they are kind of destabilized and uncomfortable. Understand who your parties are. And that is why I'm sure we'll be looking at, there should be a topic on personality types in this training. It helps you to be emotionally intelligent, flexible, and appropriate. You will agree with me that as a skillful mediator, you need different approaches based on the disputes and based on the parties. You must be respectful. Being respectful doesn't mean we do not know who we are, or we now make ourselves to be like a carpet or a footmat that parties work on you. Respect is reciprocal. You must welcome them warmly, make them feel at home, make them feel loved, yet you are stamping your authority. Noble lords, your worships, highly esteemed virtual and physical participants, I hope I've been able to add some little flesh to the marvelous work Laura did much earlier today in looking at the topic we looked at the topic questioning techniques in mediation. I must thank you for listening, and I do hope we may have 1 or 2 remarks or questions that is within the scope of our discourse this afternoon. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for listening. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Mr. Nathan, over to you, please, to coordinate the other part of the training.
Thank you very much, Mr. Samuel. We are very grateful, and we want to, on behalf of management and the governing body of Settlement House, thank you especially for your skills, your ability, your patience, and the impact you have made on this will be mediators. I am sure that they will be proud to make reference to you as one of their trainers. I've explained for the so thank you very much. If we have any question, from online participants, please, you can raise your virtual hand. Meanwhile, those that we can see, please, any question on his presentation? Question, contribution, remarks? Okay.
I don't think I can hear him.
Right.
When by the thought you say, once we pay attention to stone, what that means. My concern is about the problem. I have not gone to what we call so I'm not just high pitch. I say that like it's not everybody. This job of education is not for every person. Because some persons cannot just go without talking their natural people. Always that how you find and tell the best go down. Next second, the first part of voice, you know. So I think when a person has that kind of confronted with that kind of natural disability without education, how does the one or the consultant will
Okay, Mr. Samuel, I hope you heard me.
No, it wasn't that clear, sir.
It wasn't clear?
No, I couldn't hear him loud enough, but I can hear you clearly. If you can please re-echo the question for me, I will appreciate, sir.
Okay, so just summarize your question.
No, I can hear you clearly, Mr. Nathan, but I can't hear him.
This is the best asking the question.
Can you hear? Mr. Samuel, can you hear?
I can hear you, sir.
Okay. Go ahead.
The question is this. I say it's like this job of education is not for all kind of persons. Because now with the last discussion we had fix for asking the questions. The third one is we want to pay attention to the student and then body language. Say my question is specifically on food. I have had come in contact with persons who have this natural something high or high pitch to, and you are confronted with a situation where the persons without or what would you do? The next one is still programming is strong. That so yeah, how or rather, how would the person confront with that person act? Coming in contact with somebody who naturally
Did you hear him, Mr. Samuel?
Mr. Nathan, I can hear you when you're speaking, but I didn't hear him when he was speaking. So please, you can ask me the question on his behalf, since I can hear you, please. With due respect, sir.
Wow, that's interesting. The other online participants, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I can't hear the other person that asks questions. So it's better you ask the question on behalf of the
Okay, so
questionnaire.
I prefer he hears. Yes.
We can only hear you.
Hello?
We can only hear you.
Okay, that's good. So, go ahead. Just ask your
Okay.
question. I prefer
Now, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I think we can hear you now.
Okay, I said, along with this, the last teaching that you just gave to us, is for asking effective questions.
Yes, sir. Yes, please.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, please.
Good. The third tip you gave is
Quiet, please.
that people should pay attention to his tone and then the body language.
Thank you very much.
So I say in line with this one, it's like the job of a mediator is not cut out for all persons. Because I've come to contact with persons that have this tone that cannot be worked on. Their tone is either
There are some
aggressive.
persons speaking. Listen, there are some persons speaking online. Please, if you don't mind, Hawaya, please mute your
Yes,
mic
sir.
so that I can hear.
Sorry
Oh,
about
thank
that.
you. Thank you so much. I'm grateful. Please go ahead, sir. I think I can hear you now, sir.
There are
Thank you so
persons
much.
who have this tone that you cannot work on. It's either high, aggressive, or not friendly. I have had cause to come in contact with persons like that. And notwithstanding how you caution the person to work on his tone, he still fall back in the next seconds to that kind of tone. Now, confronted with that kind of person, as a mediator, how do you reconcile that with the fact that you have to be gentle and then get what you want from the person?
Please, can I meet you? Can I have your name, please, so that I can accord you the respect you deserve? Your name, please.
My name is Douglas Elaji.
Oh, thank you so much, sir, for that awesome question. I appreciate you. I think if I had you, your honor, your honor is going to make a very great mediator. He just introduced himself as I'm Douglas. Wow, your honor, I'm grateful, sir. Yes, we all know that in behavioral sciences, there are some human comportments that cannot be altered overnight. Don't forget, when parties come to mediation, their aim is to make the mediator convinced why the matter should go in their favor. But a true mediator, we know that it simply borders on helping the parties interact. So when you have a party that speaks loud or speaks fast or speaks slow or speaks very low or have some mannerisms, all you need to do, if you've made some attempts in helping him or her overcome that, and you discover that that is who he is, that is who she is, if you continue to caution him or her, he may become irritated and uncomfortable. All you need to do is to appeal to the other party. If you don't mind, could you allow him continue the way he's speaking? It is obvious that this is how he speaks. Do you mind? Now, you are simply putting the question to the other party. And I'm sure in most cases, the other party will say, no, I don't mind, we can go ahead. So it will not mean that if one party speaks so loud and the other party speaks so low, you have balanced the power between them. Because in most cases, people feel if I'm loud, then I'm winning. If I speak so low, I may be at the losing end. So if you have a party that has a mannerism that cannot be altered or changed, you simply inquire from the other side of the table. Please, do you mind? Can we continue like this? This is how it is. Are you okay with it? Then in most cases, the way you present it to the other party, they will tell you, we don't mind, let's go ahead. And I'm sure you'll be able to proceed. But at the end of that session, you can still appeal to that party. Maybe during caucus, I think you have a great point. I think the information you are giving to us is very crucial in resolving this matter. Maybe when you are coming again, it will make more sense and it will be more valuable if you can just work on your tone, and so that you are doing this in caucus. So whatever be the outcome, either it changes or it does not change, you have already made a case for him with the other party. I hope I've been able to answer your question. You must accommodate all parties and create a balanced platform for one party not to feel intimidated by the other party. Your Honor, have I attended to your question?
Yes, you have.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. I have citizens colleagues on the call. If there's anything you feel like adding to that, they are free. Mr. Nachang, over to you, sir. I have Catherine, I have Kadi. They are free to make any inputs to that response if they don't mind. Catherine, please. Or Kadi.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you.
Any other question before I
Kathleen,
that's you?
your session is supposed to be 2:10. Is it good morning or good afternoon over there?
It's 5:30 in the morning, and I always want to jump in early to listen to Samuel. So this is why I'm here. I heard Samuel ask if I had an added comment. Might this be a good time to say something?
Sure.
And thank you very much for having me again, and thank you very much to the audience that we have here as well. I'm going to be talking about culture within mediation next. And just very quickly, not to interrupt, when someone is speaking too loud and someone is doing to this and to that, they're bringing their culture of themselves to the table. And there's different ways according to mediators and their style. Mediator style, confidence, encourage, how we handle when people bring the culture of speaking too loud or doing something that might be a bit abrasive at the mediation table. So I'm going to be talking about that in my next session. So Samuel, thank you for your interesting topic, and thank you for letting me weigh in with a few words right now. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Ma. I appreciate you.
Okay,
so
over to you. In the absence of any question, even from the online participants, I want to appreciate Mr. Samuel once again for his time, for his attention, his thoughts, and we want to extend the gratitude of the governing body of Settlement House to you for what you are doing and what you will continue to do for us. We are very grateful. Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. With your kind permission, can I roll off to attend to other duties, please?
Thank you. We appreciate your busy schedule. We wish you a very successful day ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, my lords. Thank you, your honors.
So, Kathleen, your sessions is supposed to start by 2:10. Can we allow the participants to take their break and then you commence at the time?
Of course. Yeah, of course. Enjoy lunch, everyone.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. All right, so we can take a short break. Those who want to go and pray, right? So that we can reconvene very soon. And then we will now proceed with our activities. Thank you.
Hello, ma'am.
Good
Can you hear
afternoon.
me?
Yes, we can. Hi, Matthew.
Okay, I think we are good to go.
Well,
So
thank you
go
very
on, ma'am.
much. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here again. And thank you very much for gratiating us with your invitation. And I have here with me as well Matthew from the UK, who will be introducing himself and giving comments either during or after the presentation. I've also put the presentation link to it in the chat, so you may have it for your viewing for later, and feel free to utilize it any way that you like. So Matthew, thank you for joining me. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name's Matthew Elmer. I live just outside London, in a town called Reading. How is everyone today? You guys all right?
Yeah, everything is fine. We're in the afternoon of the training. We're going to go ahead and continue forward.
Okay,
So I'm
perfect.
going to go.
Yeah, so
All
no, I
right.
just wanted some as brief background for me. My background's in international business. I worked a long time in Asia. I moved back to the UK, and I've recently been training as a mediator, both a business mediator and a family mediator. So if anyone would like to connect with me on LinkedIn, it's Matthew.Elmer, and I look forward to connecting.
And when I was in London, Matthew and I had lunch together. We had a wonderful, wonderful time. And it's part of the worldwide training that's happening with mediation, and which Shati'S is also doing. So thank you very much for being here with me, my friend. And whenever you would like to weigh in, please feel free, either during or after the presentation. So let me see if I can share the screen. And I do see it. And we'll get moving forward with this. One moment here. Sharing the screen is always an interesting journey. Here we go. Put it in presentation mode. So I've been invited to speak about culture within mediation. And even Shati'S house's logo, you can see the culture that's already existing within the mediation process, making peace, reconciling people with issues. And it's a very high calling. It's a very wonderful profession. And how do we mingle culture within the mediation process? And when I'm asked to talk about this subject, I always come from my own perspective. And that's why Matthew's here. And that's why all of you are welcome to add your own perspectives as well. And because I see culture as many, many things within the mediation process. I just don't see culture as different countries across the world, although it is. I also see culture all the way down to the participants, the culture of the participants at the table. And I also see culture as the existence of the mediation process. And I also see culture as the mediator. So I see culture all over the place within the mediation process. And when we look at culture, we look at how it's expressed. It's expressed through the food, music, dance, art, designs, our names. I'm Kathleen, Matthew's Matthew. There's reasons for our first names, signs and symbols, our performances, our ceremonies. Today, the USA is celebrating Thanksgiving. And I am very thankful to be able to be talking to the world about culture within the mediation process. Our architectural forms, our buildings, our handicrafts, our narratives, our word choice. I see this wonderful audience with word choices of my lords and your worships, and these beautiful word choices to identify our culture, our importance of who's here with us virtually and physically in this training, and many verbal and emotional expressions as well. So this is how I look at culture, and I'm going to be teaching from this perspective of me as mediation becomes a world event. We are becoming worldwide friends and mixing our cultures, excuse me for this, mixing our cultures. And because of culture at the mediation table is what I'm going to be zeroing into. We are actually holding the balance as mediators for a diversity of cultures at the mediation table. I've had as many as 9 people sitting at my mediation table. That's 9 different cultures of people with all of the cultures of their issues, the layers of their issues that they're trying to accomplish. So as mediators, we need to have our intelligence working for us, our intellectual awareness, our emotional awareness when someone talks too loud at the table. As the mediator, what do we do with that? How do we respect the culture of them at the culture of the mediation table, honoring the spirit of mediation within the culture of mediation, within the process of resolving conflicts? How do we respect that one person when they raise their voice, as Samuel so succinctly mentioned again? And again, I love following Samuel in my teaching. Our RQ, resiliency, life steps on people, life stomps on people, life crushes people's cultures, the culture of them, the culture of their family, the culture of their town, of your towns. What do we do about building resiliency culture within the culture? Matthew, if you could just stop moving around a little bit. I hear a lot of commotion from your audio. Thank you so much. What do we do with the resiliency of people at our table? Can we build in the culture and the spirit of mediation into the resiliency of someone who's been crushed in life? And our SQ, our social intelligence, 9 people at the mediation table. As a mediator, we need to have social intelligence, how to handle all 9 of those people with honor, with dignity, with elegance, as we sit in the middle of all of the culture of the conflicts that they are bringing to the table. So for me, asking me to talk about culture within mediation is a very big deal, as we say in America. So I'm going to move forward into how I see it. And I thank you. I see this pragmatic mediation process, our culture being expressed in each one of these stages, because each mediation has a culture as well. And we're mingling the culture of conflict with the individuals with each stage of the mediation process. 1 through 7, we start out with the culture of us as the mediator and them as parties at the table by just our paraverbals. The way that we use our pitch, our tone, and our pace of speaking, our personal warmth, as I say when I train in the 40-hour basic class. In our introductions, just right now, I raised my voice with our introductions. Welcome to mediation. My name is Catherine Lorraine Leedy. I'd like to thank you for attending the mediation. That's the culture of me, as I introduce the culture of the introductions at the mediation table. Number 2, before we get started, all the business at hand. Now we have a business culture within the mediation process where we have to find out things. We have to find out if all parties have the power and full authority to make decisions without talking to someone else. We have to make sure that in a Zoom mediation, we're putting in the link in case someone gets disconnected. We have to make sure that people understand that the mediation process is without prejudice, that it can't be used against them in court. We have to teach people and help them understand that before we get started, that this mediation process is also will not be shared with people, that it's highly confidential. Before we get started, does everyone have enough time to spend for my mediations are 3 hours, my 3-hour mediation? Does everyone understand at the mediation table that no one will be making decisions for you? Does everyone have enough time? All of these business at hand matters. And number 3, we describe the mediator's opening statement where we go into depth about mediation is this, and this. Voluntary, confidential, neutral, self-determination. You're in control. There's no third party here making decisions for you. Then we move into the culture of number 4, where parties get to make their opening statements, which in some states in the United States, especially California right now, they're cutting out the culture of mediation. Right here, they're cutting it out. They're cutting out the opening statements, the narrative of parties' story. They're disturbing the culture of mediation. I am not a fan. I'm a purist when it comes to facilitated mediation. I will never allow my party's opening statement not to be allowed to be shared at the mediation table because one lawyer doesn't want to. I will now step into the culture of me, the mediator at the table, and be loyal and protect the culture of the mediation process by now saying, excuse me, counsel, that won't be happening today. In mediation at my table, everyone gives their opening statements unless they choose not to, because I promised a fully empowered conversation. So therefore parties may choose to give their opening statement, yes or no. Then with number 5, we're moving into the culture of agenda setting. What is our steering wheel that we need to utilize, that we can count on to drive this mediation forward towards settlement agreement? The culture of agenda setting, a pragmatic culture within the pragmatic movement at the mediation table, within the organic conversation at the mediation table. We have a blend of cultures at the mediation table. It's pragmatic and organic and intuitive and spontaneous. As we move on to the culture of the private session during the mediation process, where there's an extra layer of confidentiality. I will not be sharing anything without your permission. It's the same confidentiality likened unto the confidentiality of judges in the United States. We have that same esteem of confidentiality as facilitated mediators. Excuse me. And lastly, the culture of crafting an agreement. Smart testing, so succinct, so pragmatic, so specific, no stone left unturned, all the T's crossed, all the I's dotted, crafting an agreement that's going to work in people's future forward lives as they leave the mediation table. Crafting an agreement that's so succinct, so concise, that it will work when people into action. We have a little feedback from the room. When they put this written agreement into action in their lives, it works, it's successful. That's a culture of its own. Moving forward with the mediation process, another different kind of culture within the process is the culture of the mediator journeying into the unknown, not only of the conflict, but the unknown culture of every person sitting at the table that's going to be coming out of them, that they're going to be making themselves known to the mediator. And again, we have the example that Samuel used of someone yelling at the mediation table. They're making their emotional culture known. As a mediator, what do you do with that? How do you preserve that culture of that person for that moment when stress has tipped them over? And now their culture for the moment right now is an emotional outburst coming from the inside of their vessel outward to the table because they're so upset. As mediators, we know this is going to happen. We understand that conflict is here because emotionality is attached to the issue. Therefore, we have conflict. If emotionality was not attached to the issue, we wouldn't have conflict. We'd have a disagreement that could be logically resolved, logically managed, a short-term disagreement that we can figure out and continue to figure out. That's not a conflict. A conflict has emotionality attached. So am I going to vilify someone at my mediation table that has an outburst, not with my style of mediation, not with my confidence, not with my courage of mediation, because I'm going to preserve and honor that moment as best as I can. And I'm going to be saying something like, you have options. You heard what Samuel said of calming someone down. Yes, that's a culture of a mediator using an option at their table. My culture of me as a mediator at the table is to say, thank you very much for being willing to be that honest right now. which I mentioned yesterday, the day before yesterday when I taught. Let me see if I understand. It seems like on a scale of 1 to 10, you are very angry. Could you please tell me what number, how angry you are? And let me make sure I heard what you had to say. And did I get that correctly? And is there anything else? But we have other people at the table that the mediator has to take care of. So I'm going to be turning to them and asking them, so for you, how is that for you to hear right now? Preserving and honoring the culture of someone that has to sit and listen to someone that gets upset. So we have these cultures that are being morphed together so people can continue to want to sit at the mediation table together, because mediation is voluntary. So what's the mediator doing right now at this moment? I'm protecting the culture of mediation being voluntary. I'm protecting the culture of the people that got person that got angry. I'm protecting the culture of the person that had to listen. And then I'm going to say, are you both okay talking to each other this way? Because it doesn't matter for me with my style. It doesn't matter what I think about the outburst. It matters what the people think about the outburst at the table. And when I ask that question, people say, oh, this is how we always talk to each other. And I say, okay, thank you very much. Please continue. So the way that we handle the emotionality at the table is a part of our culture as well. Benjamin Franklin, one of our great founders of our country, said an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So actively listening is the first step to the stopping of people having prejudice and intolerance and racist and bigotry and hate and discrimination at our table. We are diffusing these highly volatile emotional cultures at our table. And how do we infuse culture at the mediation table? We start by listening. And we really listen. We listen with our body, mind, spirit, and soul. We listen with our ears, our eyes, our undivided 100% presence. We listen with our heart. We listen with our gut intelligence. We listen with the left side of our mind, our pragmatic brain. We listen with the right side of our mind, our intuition, our creativity. We give our all to the conflict. Our all of us, we give to them, and we maintain our neutrality because we don't care about the outcome. What we care about is the people, are the people at our table. And this undivided attention allows us to start to conquer the prejudice and bias of the world. So our mediation table becomes an oasis, an epiphany for people, where people can find their authenticity, because someone under conflict is not the authentic person. Someone under conflict is someone responding to all of their chemistry flowing, their chemicals flowing through their body, saying that they're in danger. The primitive back brain has been alerted and letting them know they're in danger. Therefore, their authenticity as a person is not available when people are really upset. It's the front of the brain that makes decisions. It's the back of the brain that alerts us that we're in danger, that overrides the front of the brain. We've got the culture of the brain. We've got the culture of biology at our mediation table. And this is how we start to unwind this culture, because diversity appreciation refers to recognizing, valuing, respecting differences, unique qualities of individuals at our mediation table, at our community mediation, in our town, in our village. It involves for us as mediators to embrace and celebrate. So how can I vilify someone at my table because they raised their voice? It may be against the culture of where I'm mediating to raise the voice. Therefore, it probably will not be happening. But if it does happen at the table again, I'm going to be asking the people at the table that are bringing their culture to the mediation table, is this okay with all of you, with each of you, that we're now talking, that the talking now is happening in raised voices? Look how I didn't say you are talking with a raised voice. I said the conversation is not happening with raised voices. Is this okay? I'm not making that decision as a mediator. I'm embracing the culture of the moment, which is another culture we have within the mediation process. It's the discharge. It's the emotional culture of the moment. I understand it's temporary. I'm right there, shoulder to shoulder, closer than a brother with this moment as well. Because my acceptance as a mediator is not limited to race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, age, religion, disability, someone in a wheelchair, and socioeconomic background, either very rich, very poor, or somewhere in the middle. As mediators, we are neutral, and we are interested in the balanced mixture of exploration and disruption to understand how people want to make decisions, to discover the culture of their decision making and how they want to settle. So we go further into the party's culture to help them visualize what this mediation table is even working on. What do you want to accomplish at this mediation table? And how do you want to accomplish it? So we get there by exploring their conflict and how they are bringing the culture of themselves into the conflict to try to handle it. And we are also disrupting in their present moment at the table what they think they should have, what they want, what they don't want. We're disrupting it as well. Same, because they have to eventually work with another person to get what they want, to have something stop what they don't want to have anymore. They've got to build a bridge. So to build a bridge between people at the table, I've got to build a bridge between me and each one of them first as the mediator by exploring their whole world of this conflict, by receiving the way they're delivering the message to me about how upset they are about this conflict, and then by disrupting their thought process about what they think they can get from the other person, with exploration into the culture of their conflict, all levels of it, with the conversation as the mediator into disrupting what I don't think seems to make sense, because we as mediators, we bring our brain to the table. We are neutral, but we also are smart. We question and we disrupt and we say, are you sure you think you can get a better outcome in court? Can you please tell me why? How much this court is going to cost you? How much time is court going to take? That's disruption. How do you know you're going to win? I, as a mediator, when I worked for my judges in Boston, Massachusetts, I never knew what my judges were going to decide. We never know what our judges are going to decide in the court process, in the barrister process. We don't know. In the process of Nigeria, people don't know what judges and esteemed people in position of making decisions are going to decide. So we disrupt that at the table. We help people understand that here at the table is where you have a fully empowered conversation, which is a culture of its own. That's why in the story I heard last week where counsel comes in to another mediator in Chicago, Illinois, and wants to say, oh, we're not doing opening statements. I do not allow my loyalty as a mediator to the culture of mediation, to the spirit of mediation. I do not allow an obstruction to that culture. I protect the culture at the mediation table. I protect the people at the mediation table as well. Mediators, we're neutral. We're holding the space. We're taking care of every topic and every person. We don't dismiss people from the society of the mediation table. We don't put people in jail cells with bars because they didn't behave properly at our table. That is not my style as a mediator. You get to pick your mediator style, your mediator confidence, and your mediator courage. I don't dismiss people. Society does enough dismissing of people and saying you don't fit, you don't belong. I'm not doing that at my mediation table. And this is part of the reason why Nanchang says I'm passionate about what I do, because this is how I feel. And this is the loyalty I have as a purist to the mediation table. We help parties visualize the equitable future that the mediation table is working on. So we should be aware of ourselves, the culture of us. Kathleen, what don't you like about this, about life? What don't you like about people? What don't you like about things? I have to figure that out. We should be aware of ourselves. Oh, I don't like people that whine all the time. If that's you as a mediator, you have to be aware of that. And when someone starts to whine at your mediation table, you have to check yourself and be even nicer to them and ask them more questions. Turn your judgment, prejudice, your bias toward or against someone or an issue, turn it into curiosity. Because I call that the neutrality pendulum is swinging. And when if it's swinging, trust yourself. Don't vilify yourself because you're judging someone or you're moving toward them or against them. Check yourself and go, uh-oh, I'm moving towards someone. Uh-oh, I'm moving away from someone. Uh-oh, let me find out more about them so I can stop moving toward them, moving away from them, so I can come back to neutral, the pledge that I've made within the culture of mediation. Our implicit bias describes when our attitudes toward people or we associate stereotypes with them without our conscious knowledge as well. Sometimes we have unconscious bias, implicit bias, and we're not aware of our bias. And that's mediator growth. We have to stumble, fall down, and make mistakes at our mediation table and acknowledge responsibility and say, I made a mistake there. Oh, now I'm aware that I am biased. Something triggered me that I wasn't expecting. So we look for these triggers. I was in Italy last March during National Women's Day, and a man was speaking. And he was talking about a particular, I believe it was the African Society of Women that stormed a hotel area and locked in the decision makers and said to them, you're not coming out until you make a decision. I forgot. This is a famous story, and I didn't even know I was going to tell it. It just intuitively came up right now. And they barred all the windows, all the doors with their bodies. Well, this man was telling this beautiful story. And then the next thing he said was awful. Was his implicit bias in front of a huge crowd. And he said somehow they became actively political figures. I don't know how they did it, but somehow they did it. And I just took in this big breath to myself. He told this beautiful story about these powerful women that accomplished this powerful movement of peace and tranquility, and then minimize their steps up to power and authority within their culture, within their society. We have to understand when we do something like that. And this man just smiled and kept on talking. Had no idea this American man within a European culture telling an African story, I believe, had no idea what he had done, implicit bias. Communication methods differ globally depending upon historic development of our systems, our ethnicity, our backgrounds, the culture of us. I have been teaching mediation in India for 5 years. I now sign my emails because of the Indian influence in my life, a gentle reminder. As an American person, I've never used as a gentle reminder when I'm trying to remind someone to do something. Never used those words. I love those words now. They're so graceful. They're so beautiful. I love that I can use those words. Communication methods differ and we learn from each other. If we're unable or we fail to ask questions to assess bias and ensure inclusivity, it will hinder the success of a mediation for all parties involved. And I'm setting this article down at the bottom where you can see it on your spare time. This mediation, I told you where this lawyer came in and said no opening statements, it failed. And I took a whole page of notes of why it failed. Because the bias and the power grab at the mediation table, where the mediation table's culture is, everyone has equal power. We had a power grab going on over here for this defense attorney. Of course, the mediation is assumed to fail. He disturbed the culture of the mediation, and the mediator let him, a co-lawyer, let another lawyer disturb his mediation process, where the mediator was supposed to take off his lawyer hat and be a mediator. I could talk about this case for 24 hours. The test of word association clearly shows that the meaning of words is culturally defined. Basic concepts such as food associations across cultures are still rather similar. Words may vary broadly from more complicated concepts. Words may prompt positive associations in some cultures and negative ones in others. In the UK, Matthew, when I train, mediation in the UK, you have a phrase, help me with it, Matthew. If you please, when you offer something to somebody, what are the words, Matthew? How does it go?
In what context would it be?
It's like you're trying to like make an offer, and there's a term in the UK say if it would please you. And as a mediator trainer, I always correct that word please. What's that phrase, Matthew?
No, it's if it would please you.
If it would please you. Yeah. And I jump all over that word please because of my American culture. And I'm like, we're not pleasing anyone with a transmission of an offer. So I always make people change it. And then I've stopped doing it because I understand that it doesn't mean this is a pleasing, transmission.
It means something different. It means this is the offer, but we're just, what the English like. Why say something in one word when you can say it in three?
Thank you so much. So this crucial importance from the point of view of mediation with word choice is something that we're looking at, a culture within a culture, yet again. And we also need to translate that culture into our written agreement. We need to be very careful about the word choices because the written agreement has its culture too. It has teeth. The written agreement counts. It matters. It needs to work in real life. In addition to different attitudes to verbal and nonverbal communication are likely to complicate the communication process even further. It's not what you said, it's how you said it. We say this a lot in the United States. It's the tonality, the paraverbals, the pitch, the tone, the pace. Right now I'm talking very kind of slowly, moving along slowly. It's a cooperative pace. If I would talk really fast like this, like I talked before the other day when I was trying to go fast, that's competitive. It automatically sets up a competition. So as mediators, we have to be sensitive to the nonverbal communications and how we're saying something, how low context us rude Americans can be as we say, this is what I want. And the beautiful cultures that I work in as well that tell wonderful stories before we even talk about business. I have had to learn to be not so direct, to be more patient. So as we become a global community, we can learn from our cultures, but we still do need confrontation at the mediation table. And we still need to be understanding even when someone's rude. So the culture of the mediator of being neutral, not vilifying people, being friends with everyone at the table, understanding everything that everyone is saying at the table. It's very significant when we say we are neutral. And then across the world, well, it's impossible to be neutral. No, it is. What's happening is your neutrality pendulum may swing, but you can return back to neutrality if you allocate responsibility for yourself to ask more questions from the person that you find yourself starting to be non-neutral toward. It's a human experience. We can't help it. We have echoing genes in our biology, in our nervous system. We can't help but resonate for or against someone. So we course correct. It's like driving a car. You go too far to the left, you turn that steering wheel. Well, you turn the steering wheel of your mediator neutrality as well. As a mediator, we do not want to disturb the conflict of the mediation with the conflict of us. We don't want to choose sides. That's why it's very important for us to sit in stillness, be still and know that I am God. That there's a lot of power in that word, be still and know. Be still and know that the conflict of the mediation table, that you are directing the process. So we even take spiritual principles from our our countries, our cultures into our mediation process as people. We take our spirituality. In Hawaii, when I trained there several years ago, I think I've trained and taught in 12 states, United States. They bring in their do unto others as you would do unto yourself mantra of their spirituality. And their mediation logo is actually a diamond shape, which is very different than the rest of the United States. The first question while conducting a mediation is, what circumstances could you perceive the cultural differences? Yes, obviously language, dress, accent, skin color. Response was language. There's no single way to perceive a cultural difference, but remember, from Kathleen's point of view, I'm interested in the culture of them at the table. I've been interested in the culture of people at the table way before we exploded with this cultural awareness of the globe. Every single person in the United States of the same skin color are still bringing the culture of themselves to the mediation table that I have to make known to me. I have to find out through exploration and disruption of the culture of this person. So it's happening on a microscopic level all the time and a macro level all the time with my self-awareness. And that's why I have my mediator apology ready. I profusely apologize. I did not understand that correctly. I am showing culture of humility within the mediator at the table because I got something wrong. Life is not perfect science. Mediation is not perfect science. We all make mistakes. I'm going to say that I made a mistake at my table because mediation is a human process. I am proud of myself, but I also know that to be a human is to err. To be human is to err. Famous quote. It's true. These famous quotes are true about life. We bring them to our table as mediators. They become our skill sets. They become our tools as mediators, as we perceive things. Nonverbal communications and different attitudes toward verbal and nonverbal communications gets complicated as people become very direct, frank, confrontational. And I think this might be a repeat, but it's talking about how things could be perceived as rudeness. By lack of respect. When somebody yells at my mediation table, for one mediator, if I'm with another mediator, they may consider that rude. You know what I'm thinking? Oh, thank goodness that showed up. Oh, thank goodness that emotional tenor that was contained within their vessel erupted and is now out of them on the table. So now I have clarity and accuracy of emotional tenor. Thank goodness they're not hiding that anymore. And let's say they're using their anger to manipulate the mediation. Oh, thank goodness. Kathleen's thinking manipulation has shown up on my mediation table. Now I can really get down to the authenticity of this person because they're trying to manipulate my table. Oh, goody. I can't wait to clarify all of that. I can't wait to get the accuracy on all of that. It's not deplorable for me with my style as a mediator. It is a gift of clarity and accuracy to me as a mediator. So consequently, objectives of mediation and the range of acceptable outcomes differ between the participants. And the culture shapes the value of the group as a whole. So we're checking in individually with people, yes, but then we're also, remember, at the end of the mediation process, we're building a bridge. And this bridge can be different colors and different materials, stone, iron, metal, concrete, whatever, representing the culture of all the people at the table, but it's still a bridge. So the acceptability has to be accepted at the mediation table, and these notions of what's right, you're right, I'm wrong, have to be lessened by the mediator's process, and the values of this is right, this is wrong, now can be shaped at the mediation table. And the bridge of iron, steel, stone, pebbles, rocks, concrete is now built that can be written down as the mediated agreement. So people from different cultures, yes, they enter a mediation process with different objectives and functions. Of course, we all do. People from same cultures enter the mediation table with different ideas about things. Of course. People from different cultures are obviously going to do that, but our bridge can be beautiful. Our beautiful bridge of different materials can be beautiful. When I travel down into Atlanta, Georgia, one of the things I love about going to Atlanta is their homes are built from different materials and their driveways are stamped with emblems and symbols and raised relief concrete. I love that. And in Boston, where I'm from, cobblestones in the streets, different materials, we can still build a bridge. Mediators may see reason disputes are unresolved. Mediators get to the point at their table where people dig in their heels and are loyal to themselves. We've got the clarity now of you're loyal to yourself in this matter. Thank you very much for your loyalty to yourself, but mediation needs to move. This mediation table needs to move. If you want to resolve here, this table needs to move towards settlement. Therefore, you're going to have to relinquish your hold on your loyalty. I'm breaking the attachment of the culture of loyalty to themselves. You've come to my mediation table and you want to talk all about yourself and be about yourself. No, there's going to have to be a point in time where you are going to relinquish the loyalty to yourself and now build a bridge with the settlement agreement. I am breaking the attachment now of loyalty to self because now it's time to negotiate. And I tell people at the table, now it's time to negotiate where you're going to get and give to each other. That's the bridge building. That's the culture of the mediation table right now. I didn't start out the mediation with the culture of saying, hey, you're going to get and give from each other. No, now it's time for the culture of negotiation. So again, do you see, I hope you see the globalness of this topic for me, culture within the mediation process. Mediators, we should not rely on our own assumptions. If you have an assumption, if I have an assumption, I ask. I say, as your mediator, I have a question. I've been curious about this. I ask my assumption in the form of a question so I can get a correction and the value back from the parties at the table. I'm not going to be sitting there with my own assumptions left unanswered. I need to be neutral. So I need to get out of my vessel now, my biases, my assumptions, my values, possibly on the table, so I can continue to maintain my neutrality. Neutrality is maintaining neutrality. It's not just naming it up front. So we look at the culture, the values of a group, because you're making you're drafting a mediated agreement for the group with objectives and acceptable outcomes. That's a settlement agreement. And it's going to be shaped by the values and the notions and all of the stuff. And I think that was also a repeat. So with all those things that I have said about how I look at the culture within mediation, within the culture of our global experience now as mediators, I open up the floor to Matthew to add on, to weigh into what I've said. Matthew's from a different culture. We're friends because we were in the training together. So Matthew, please add on.
Yeah, I mean, Catherine, that was magnificent as always. Really detailed, kind of fascinating, and I think you covered so many different facets. And I'm always learning myself, so fantastic. What I would say. Oh, that's quite. Can you hear an echo?
It's a settlement house, yeah. It'll calm down in a moment. It's not you, Matthew.
Okay. Oh, okay, cool. One of the key things that I always go back to, and you said very eloquently, is that we're all basically human beings, and our basic needs are the same. Our genetic makeup's the same. We may be different genders, we may have different skin colors, but we all ultimately really want the same thing and have the same kind of basic needs. And I think that understanding kind of translates for me in mediation into a complete and open honesty. So it's part of what Catherine was saying about these kind of power dynamics. They need to go kind of straight away. I know that in different cultures and different countries, there's a culture of kind of deference. So I did a lot of work in Japan. There's a deference to age in Japan, which is very respectable. But when it comes to a mediation table, you've almost got to be able to kind of level those extremes, because otherwise you have one party who may be older or more senior. If the other party is going to be deferring to them because of that age and seniority, then you don't get somewhere. In other countries, it may be that men are seen as more important than women, and it's the same thing there. You can't have that, and that's paramount in these kind of cultural issues, and naming them, being prepared to name them, and as a mediator, be able to say, look, if you're in Japan, being able to say, look, I know it's important in Japanese culture that there's a kind of deference to an older person, but if for the purposes of this, we've got to all be equal. I would say is one of the first things. This importance of you mentioned this culture of listening. I think there are certain I would say mainly Western cultures, and talking about the UK, where there's still a distinct kind of class system that no one really talks about. It's this belief that certain types of people deserve more of your time to listen to. You could say that's going back to the cultural side of deferring to kind of age or seniority, but there's all sorts of different cultural aspects that you need to be mindful of. Something that Kathleen mentioned, and it's something that I always tell people. I went into this. I'm a bit of a I know I'm a bit of a control freak. I've learned over the years that for example, if I'm about to do a course, I'll make sure I know a lot about the course, a lot of the information beforehand. And I used to get very scared of going into a situation where I didn't already know the answer. And the problem with mediation is sometimes the answer is screamingly obvious. And all you want to do is say, guys, look, this is really clear. I mean, in the case of family mediation, it happens a lot, and in business too. But remembering that you've almost got to take them on the journey, so they have the complete, the kind of buy-in, and letting them vocalize this rather than you doing it, I think is really important. It's something that Kathleen does amazingly well. It's, you mentioned about, Kathleen, about when people raising voices and not being scared to say, I just wanted to check with all parties that this is okay, that you don't,
Yes.
you're comfortable with this, because in some cultures there's a lot more, they speak a lot more passionately. I've travelled throughout Italy, and if you behave the way that people do in Italy, if they have, for example, if you cut them up at the lights, traffic lights, for example, you run in front of someone, initially they'll act as if this is the worst crime and they're going to kill you, when in fact all they're doing is they express themselves much more openly than if in the UK they'll just sit there quietly and smolder and say, don't worry, it's okay, but equally. So asking them, asking the people, if you're not comfortable with something and you're not sure whether it is a cultural thing or not, don't be scared to say, I just want to check in with you guys if this is okay. So being humble can get around a lot of potential cultural pitfalls. Would you say, Kathleen? Would that be?
Yes, and it's also why I reiterate summary. When someone talks to me, when I summarize, I just say the same words back to them. And when I reiterate their words, I said, let me make sure I heard what you just told me. I say exactly back to them what they said to me, which keeps me from making cultural mistakes with word choice.
Yeah.
And also, it's their narrative too. I'm not going to block their storytelling narrative. So yeah, there's a lot of things that the ounce of prevention.
Yes.
Is you can really do a lot up front as a mediator to not start something complicated. To not destroy culture.
Yeah, and I think that what was that the Benjamin Franklin ounce of prevention is absolutely, when I go into a mediation situation, it's like I'm like tuning a radio and trying to listen. It's like the spidey senses. You're listening to, so you're it's almost like being like a bamboo tree in the wind. You're flexing, you're listening, you're not judging, you're and on this element you said about the bias, not only are people that you're mediating going to have their biases, but it's critical, as Catherine mentioned, being aware of your own. And it's difficult, you know. If I was to say, you know, you can feel very enlightened, but at the same time, there's still, everyone has their biases, and it can be something small. Because when I was first told about this, I was thinking, okay, so you know, I'm not sexist, I'm not racist, and I've got all these facts that I know are to be true and background to justify them. But for me, my kind of kryptonite is if I feel that there's and I'll be very blunt with you guys. If I see there's a male that is dominating a female, and that could be in a business mediation, or it could be in a family mediation where the husband is either physically or mentally abusing the wife, that even now when I think about it, it makes me really, really angry. And the problem is, if you get really angry over this, then you can't. It's very difficult to become or be a proper productive mediator. I would say. So for me personally, on that element, I thought, well, how am I going to get around this? Because it's just, you know, it used to be that even saying that I would get angry would make me feel angry about it, because it's, you know, but
So that's interesting, Matthew, because it makes me wonder about, like, so how do you find out about you to figure out why that makes you angry? So I'm wondering about you right now, as you say this little example, and thank you for being so transparent and honest. Do you feel protective toward women because women have been so dominated? Is it a protectiveness that's coming out in you, do you think?
Yes, it is. I mean, it's you know, I would expand it to kind of people being bullied.
Okay.
As well.
So
it's
people
something
in
that,
general.
yeah, and it's more women, and it's I don't, you know, I wasn't from a background, so in the family there was never any history of abuse. It's always men bigging up my father, bigging up my mother being very, you know, successful. So it wasn't anything to do that. I don't really honestly know the root cause. But the most important thing is if you know you've got that bias, and what I tend to now do is, if it's a family mediation, for example, or even in business, I think, okay, there's something gone on in this person's life to make them like that. And it could be abuse, it could be whatever. So seeing the person as a kind of a damaged child, it can kind of get around that. So I think it's understanding your own biases and being prepared to dig into those and understand them, and also know how you're going to counterbalance them.
Yes.
The final point I thought was really interesting. I mentioned it earlier, but I'll say it again because it's something that really impacted me when Catherine first said to me, and it's the approach of being very honest and not worried. I know in many Asian cultures, when I was living there, there's a real fear of losing face, so of looking silly, looking like you don't know. But actually, you can't know everything, and nor should you try. You're there to listen, and to use your knowledge and use your skills to try and help the parties find a solution. So saying, you know, if you really just don't understand what someone says, you can actually say, you know, I just want to make sure I understood that, or that's really interesting. I wasn't expecting that. I was going to write this down and have a think about it and come back to you. And understanding that's okay. So that's in cultures where there's meant to be a real stoicism, hard stoicism, that kind of vulnerability can be seen as a weakness, but in fact it's a real strength. When you're confident enough to say, I don't know everything, you know, I'm good, but I don't know everything, that shows a massive amount of confidence. And it also shows a vulnerability which will allow the other parties to feel more comfortable and more vulnerable in the mediation, which will make them open up. And I would say, Catherine, I don't know if you agree, it would lead to a better outcome for both parties.
Yeah, you know, mediators, we are role models, and we do have influence. And I think with that transparency, it would give permission to it's okay to be transparent. What people decide to do with that opportunity of you being transparent as a mediator, what they decide to do with is up to them. That's why it's about empowerment. But I you know, at my mediation table, and this will be the last thing that I say as well, before we take any questions, I say thank you all the time. Thank you, thank you. And then when people start thanking each other, I start laughing to myself. Like, yeah, look, see, so we are role models at the table. Matthew, thank you so much for being here together with all of us and for your thoughts and comments. Does anyone else want to add into this conversation that we're having together today? Are we all together?
Yes, we're all together.
My favorite pastor is a Nigerian pastor, Joshua, I think it's Stellman. I listen to him all the time. And he says, are we all together? And I'm like, what does that mean? There's a cultural difference right there. Nanshang, how are we doing?
Yeah, so as well, I didn't know that you are listening to him.
Yes.
That's interesting.
He's
So,
my favorite.
Participants, I hope you can all hear me.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. It is an interesting conversation. Thank you, Matthew, for joining us. I believe from UK.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a pleasure.
Yeah. It was actually an interesting conversation, especially culture and mediation. I actually enjoyed this time because you know, you have given us at least a perspective from the United Kingdom, and Kathleen is from the United States. At least we have gotten a perspective. Now, you know, in Nigeria, we are a peculiar kind of people, and we also have our cultures, our traditions. So maybe what I want to add here is the fact that as mediators in training, especially the participants, they need to be conscious of the fact that aside from the culture we have in mediation, we have culture of the people in a particular vicinity in mediation. So, you know, you have to be very careful when you are in a mediation, especially if you are appointed a mediator in Nigeria. I think it would be very good to take a look or do some investigation about the culture, the way and manner people around that area behave. You know, earlier today, one of the speakers was making an example. You know, she went to visit a traditional ruler for a particular reason. And because of, Kathleen, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Mr. Matthew too, you can hear me. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
So now, you know, she went to visit, and then she was informed that she cannot actually see the traditional ruler without covering her hair. That is their own culture. So imagine a situation where you are appointed as a mediator and a traditional ruler of that caliber comes into the mediation table and then just sees you sitting there, you know, you are not covering, and then was like, what kind of a thing is this? You know, right from there, his mind may be totally off the mediation. And so we also have cultures here in Nigeria where when you see an elderly person, you have to prostrate or bow down or kneel down to greet. So imagine you are a mediator, you know, and you do not actually understand how you don't understand the culture of the person, of the people at the mediation table. And then they just walk in and then you feel, oh, I am a professional from United States, from United Kingdom, you know, you say, oh, how are you? And then you stretch your hands to greet the traditional ruler, which is normally maybe the culture of a white man. You know, that will be a disaster to the mediation in itself here in Nigeria. Yes. You know, so this aspect is actually very, very important. we are going to send some videos about different culture. Like, for example, in some culture, when you give flower to someone, it means something else. So it may mean love. It may mean that in some certain culture, when someone dies, you know, people come, give flowers, and then that is what it means. That is the connotation in that environment. So you need to understand the context. You need to understand the kind of people at the mediation table, their culture, their way of life. Then aside that, in addition to your own professionality as a mediator and the professionalism, the culture you need to exhibit at the table, you need to consider the culture of the people so that you can have a very smooth session with the parties at hand. So we also have situations here in Nigeria where, you know, you don't actually look, you don't talk to an elderly person, you don't talk to your father, you don't talk to your an elderly person looking at him face to face. But you see, in mediation or in communication, we know that, you know, when you concentrate looking at someone face to face is a sign that, okay, yes, you're actually understanding or going along with what he's saying. But, you know, in our culture, you cannot have an elderly person talking to you and then you are looking at him face to face. That would be a sign of disrespect. So you either you put your maybe you'll be looking somewhere else, or you bow down, you know, you put your heads down or something like that. But you can't just be looking at an elderly man, you know, as if he is your mate. You know, these are some of the things that we need to put into consideration in mediation. I remember growing up as a child that I cannot sit on the same seat with my father. So my father cannot be doing something and I just go, oh, daddy, how are you? Good afternoon, good evening, you know, and just sit down. That would be a sign of disrespect, you know? So you have to put some of these things into consideration. You may have your professionalism, you may know as a professional mediator, you know your onions, but there are certain things like culture that can add value to your mediation session, especially when you are doing maybe an intercultural or interstate or inter-country, international kind of mediation, and you have parties coming from different parts of the world. You know, as an international mediator, you need to be conversant with certain culture, especially the ones that are involved at the mediation table. You also have instances where when you go to a place and they offer you cola, let's say a party came in and then he offers cola and you refuse to say, no, thank you. You know, that is a sign to him in our culture that you have rejected an extension of peace. So you have to break the collar and show him that, yes, he's accommodated here and he can feel comfortable. So when you say, no, don't worry, it is okay, you know, you'll be like, what? It means I am not welcome in this environment. So someone who is not welcome in an environment, you don't expect him to actually cooperate with you as a mediator. Those are some of the things, as little as they may seem, they're actually very, very important and very impactful when it comes to the mediation, into the mediation table. So I am very happy that we have had perspectives from different parts of the world, so we can ask our participants, those who are online, and then those who are, okay, like for example, you know, I don't know, under, we have some Sharia court judges here. I don't know whether it is appropriate for a man to shake a woman under Islam. Is it? So maybe somebody can just talk to us about it and give us a perspective. That is also a culture. You know, you cannot just see someone, a woman, a Muslim woman enters the mediation table and then as a sign of welcome and warmth and happiness, say you are extending your hand to her to shake, and then she feels like, whose kind of thing is this? Why would you be extending your hand and to me? So we have some experts and Sharia court judges, maybe they will give a perspective, and we also have customary court judges seated maybe they will give us their own perspective, and so that we can have a holistic. Thank God this is a conversational kind of discussion. So let's hear from who would like to.
I think we have a very esteemed audience.
Amazing.
Particularly who happens to be not your wife, not your own intimate relationship. According it is your wife or your grandmother and what I do, that one is different, not it is not in line with the. We look at this as in a cultural perspective. But even though there's a political, particularly for somebody countries, I happen to have an experience. I took that beyond the cultural perspective as a religious perspective. But I happen to witness the event or the vicinity whereby one of my joys as a lady, she was working as a hero content. I don't want to mention because of course maybe witness the event. One day, the governor accepted extensions hands to her was shaking. I observed that she whispered some words. So he responded to her. But I know that lady is not a Muslim, I believe, but I don't know whether culture and the private party will extend this to all, otherwise maybe police will to appoint me with the commission.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, you want to say something? Okay.
In addition to what my colleague said, even if it is usually not one-on-one, but in the public, in the eyes of the public, certainly the harm in the public might affect your dignity, because is the issue of love and what have you. Islamic is being conducted inside the house. So this friendship or what have you between the husband and wife is not done outside of the house. But when you do this in the public, let's say the market or public places, this will affect your dignity or the dignity. Because the people look at you, because the presumption is that there's not some people may presume she's not your wife. So because of this, Islamic community do know accept this relationship or to do it as cousin in the house. I think this is in addition to what my colleague said.
Yes, this thing. Okay, thank you very much for that wonderful contribution. You know, this is just to see the different perspective. Even if this is your wife or someone that is intimate, you are not supposed to do certain things. So if you find yourself in a mediation session and then you see a female, you need to understand from where, you know, and what's the culture. I believe that maybe if you see a Muslim French lady, maybe the way she may behave may be different from the one that is in Nigeria, possibly due to their way of life or their culture. But you know, these are some of the things that needs to be considered. So we have customary court judges. I don't know if some want to. We also have participants online. If you want to give us a perspective, you can just easily raise your virtual hand. Let us know you want to talk. Hawa and our Honorable Justice at the MNCD, in case you want to say something, the floor is open. Meanwhile, anybody can make a contribution to the culture. The reason why we are raising all these things is because as a mediator, you need to be very sensitive. You know, sometimes you may be having a caucus meeting. That's somebody's wife. And then you were like, how come? What are you going to be discussing in that place with my wife? For how long? What are you discussing? You know, that's caucus. So, you know, you have to be sensitive and know when to explore the issue of caucusing. You know, if you are in an environment where people have different mindset and culture, you know, so you have to put those things into consideration. Yes, sir, you want to say something?
Addition to the issue of handshaking. Some of the man to a woman in some culture, the younger person is not supposed to extend his hands to shake an elderly person. The kind of disrespect not acceptable.
Okay, so you see, like you are a young mediator and an elderly man who you're supposed to be who is supposed to be a party in a mediation session. Please, Kathleen and Matthew, can you confirm if you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Oh, great, great. So,
absolutely,
you know, if you are sitting in a mediation session in Nigeria, just as we emphasize, you need to know the culture of the people that are at the table. So if it is an elderly person who walks in as one of the parties, you know, as a mediator, and you are younger than that person, is actually a sign of disrespect for you to extend your hand, you know, to shake him. It's actually a sign of disrespect in some of our cultures that we have here in Nigeria. So that is why, culturally speaking, you know, our religion is also part of our culture. You know, so culturally speaking, religiously speaking, you have some of these restrictions. So a mediator must be a balanced personality. It must be someone who understands the culture, the religious barriers and constraints, you know, that could affect the mediation table. We are going to consider ethics in mediation, but that we should know that it is part of the responsibility of the mediator to be committed to the mediation process. Because at any point in time, a mediator behaves in such a way that it affects the mediation, that may bring the mediation to an end. But that will not necessarily be as a result of the faults of the parties, but it could be the fault of the mediator because he has done something or acted in certain ways that must have affected the way and manner the parties would have behaved or interacted in that environment. So culture is a very sensitive thing, and that is why we are taking time to discuss these things, because some of us will have opportunities to actually mediate cross-border mediation. Unlike law, that I cannot go to the United States of America and practice as a mediator, you know, as a lawyer per se, unless I am trained and called to their bar. So also, you know, a white man cannot come to Nigeria to practice unless he's granted permission or a fiat for a particular purpose. So, but when it comes to mediation, you can actually be a mediator in Nigeria and mediate over cases all over the world. So that's one of the advantages of mediation, and it's a cross-border thing. So anybody can appoint you from any part of the world. Just as we're having this conversation, this could be a mediation session. You can see people online, and then you are mediating. So you can have opportunity to be appointed cross-border. So you need to be sensitive and take note of things that can actually affect the mediation table, knowing fully well that if you do something, whether it is by omission or commission, and it ends the mediation session, that will be your fault, and that will not be professionalism on your own part. So do we have further comments? Okay. Yes, thank you.
Well, just like in the custom where I in some communities in particularly and in-law when entering the house of in-laws, you have to pull off your shoes because it's like you are entering into a holy environment. You cannot enter with your own shoes. And you can't reach your in-law standing. You have to bend down very well. And when elders sitting, the younger ones are not expected to sit together with them. Or when the younger ones are sitting and the elderly ones just arrives, then the younger ones are expected to create a space for the elderly ones. So all these are things that should be considered for particularly during the mediation process.
Okay. Thank you. So you can see now. You see, mediation is a relaxed. It's conducted in a relaxed environment. So we said set the table. You know, you can put water, you can put sweets, you can put this and that on the table. You know, so but when it comes to offering them to the parties, you have to be culturally sensitive. Some persons, you cannot just stretch out your hands and say, take, you know, you have to bend down or kneel down before you can offer such things to them. So you need to just, if there is anything you can do as a mediator to be able to help the mediation, the mediation session, I think it is expected of you to do it. And if you need to take up further classes, you know, to be acquainted with cultures, you know, in mediation, these are things that you need to do. It's part of your professional development as a mediator, so that you can actually offer services that will be reckoned with. And then, since our appointment as mediators is basically based on what the parties want, or the parties themselves are the one who appoint you, except for those who mediate in the court. You know, even in the court system, when they want to appoint, I think they will put into consideration what people, parties, you know, previous parties in mediation sessions are saying about you. What the parties are saying, or the opinion they have about you. So if they say, this particular person behave this way, you know, next time, even the court may not want to appoint you as a mediator because you may be an embarrassment to them, you know. And you also, you may have instances where parties actually discuss within themselves. Say, wow, Kathleen is a wonderful mediator. Kathleen is a good mediator. Bring this thing closer and take it. This Kathleen is actually a good mediator. You can appoint Kathleen because she does this and that, you know. She has helped us resolve our disputes, you know, by reference. People talk, parties talk, and they will make reference. So if you don't behave well, you don't act well, you don't do what is expected of you, you don't show that commitment, you ruin the process. And the stories, you know, they keep hearing about you is, if you go to Kathleen, you know, you may not end up resolving, you know, a lot of our cases are not resolved and all manner of things like that. You know, tomorrow nobody will want to, even if you were appointed and then they will choose somebody else. These are things that you have to put into consideration so that your practice as a practitioner, as a mediator can be enhanced. I think with this, we have, except if we have anybody online that wants to make a comment before we conclude. If not, I can see Dr. Latifat Bello. Will you want to say something? We have Kadi, Honorable Justice CD. Will you want to say something before we close this session? We want to go into the practical session. And Hawa, will you want to say something if you're with us? Okay, so I think, thank you very much, Kathleen. You have done a wonderful job and it's very interesting. Mr. Matthew, I hope we will find time to meet on other grounds. Maybe I'll reach out to you. And,
please do. I would love to. That was absolutely fascinating, everyone. That was really interesting. I really enjoyed that.
Pardon, can you say it?
Oh, no, I just said, I just wanted to thank everyone for attending. It was really fascinating and a great learning for all of us. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Thanks so much to everyone. I really enjoyed the section. Thanks, I appreciate.
It's always a pleasure, my friend. I'll see you tomorrow. And I hope everyone enjoys the rest of the day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. See you tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you. On behalf of management and the governing body of Settlement House, I want to appreciate you and say thank you to you. The participants also, I believe they enjoyed the session and they are also saying thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you. Thanks, Kathleen.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you,
Be
sir.
blessed. Be blessed.
Right. All right. So, you know, we have come to the end of some of the subtopics and classes that we're supposed to take today. And before we go to our session, I believe that we have read the simulation, right? Have we gone through it? The practical, so I'm going to take the second practical. Now, yesterday, you see, it was an interesting session. And one of the participants, one of the groups said it was a family issue. When going to the agenda,
I thought we are done.
revolve around two things. The woman cooks too much. She cooks 6 times in a day. And so the resolution was that you cook it 3 times in a day. Can you imagine? You know, that's the problem that would have brought the marriage to an end. So they are continuing the relationship. On the part of the man, that the man quarrels, you know, every day. So that he's going to reduce his quarrel to once. So that is the resolution that was. See, the beauty about the same situation, there is being resolved different. Are we together? Then, if you look at the other groups, some other groups say they are going to resolve the marriage and just share the property. Now, those were issues there. Another group also agreed to dissolve the marriage, but it's one of the property that is the problem. They had to adjourn the matter to be able to resolve that particular property. Well, the husband is saying she cannot have this particular property. The wife is insisting possibly that is the one that she wants. So you have to go into another session to see how you can resolve the same scenario, the same situation. Being resolved differently. What are we trying to say? Mediation gives you options. You have various options at your disposal. Resolution as in you can arrive at various resolutions, unlike what we see in the court. The law says that when you do A and B, you must get C. Mediation is saying that when you do A and B, you can get Z. Ask me why. This is the answer we have seen it. You see, that's the problem. So when somebody says not interested in marriage, the problem was that the man this woman is finishing my food 6 times a day. On the other one, the woman is saying that the man is complaining every time. That was what disrupted your marriage. So today we are going to be looking at family. What are we going to be looking at today? Landlord and tenants. So quickly, we're going to divide ourselves into just three. If you have served as a mediator yesterday, you should be a party today, right? So this is we have the simulation here. We have the simulation, and if you are in the group, just check the group, you'll see the simulation there. Check the group, you see the simulation. So family dispute, who want to read the family disputes for us? Okay, landlord and tenant. Okay, who will volunteer to read for us? Well, we just divide ourselves into.
Okay. So, where is the main man? Let's see him again.
Anybody?
Oh no.
Yes,
I hope I'm noted. Where is
Is this on?
Where's this one? I've not even seen the mail.
the landlord.
Local government. Bye. Nǹkan gidi mo wá sí lọ́fíìsì lónìí, mo rí kankan sí.
Mr. Musa. Mr. Azu, as usual, rents out his property to take care of his family, and Mr. Musa has been renting the house for over 10 years. Mr. Musa has been paying his rent first in the country 2 years ago when he started.
What is that one messages I'm not seeing them?
Due to the
original.
Due to the economic meltdown and the global impact of COVID-19, Mr. Musa struggled so hard to pay rent. Pay the rent by installments. Mr. Azu, the landlord, is not happy all the way a man his rent is being paid, and that he wants his money. He wants his money in bulk, so as to use it for something meaningful. This situation goes back to the extent that the landlord wants the tenant to vacate his property. Mr. Musa has been in arrears of rent. Mr. Musa has been in arrears of rent for over 9 months. And Mr. Azu contacted his lawyer to serve Mr. Musa, a 7 days notice of owner's intention to apply to court to recover possession. Mr. Musa was surprised. Mr. Musa was surprised and wonders why notice of owner's intention to apply to court to recover possession. Samosa was surprised and wonders why landlord would take such an action. The landlord instructed his lawyer to file a suit in court for recovery of possession and arrears of rent. Having done so, the tenant was served. The tenant eventually pleaded with the landlord, and the matter was withdrawn out of promise of paying the landlord's expenses in addition to the arrears of rent.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. So, having said this, please, let us divide the classes. So let's have 1, 2, 3.
When I'll be going to market too.
One.
I'm already tired.
So let's have 1, 2, 3. Okay, wait, yesterday, are you in December? You are in December. So let's have 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Just keep your share in mind. Yes. So, are you in December? Yes. If I'm not. Right? Okay.
I didn't
So
touch
let's
it. Oh,
have
oh.
1, 2, 3.
So that by 4.
1, 2, 3.
I wish.
So,
You
one madam. I'm going to have. Okay. So let's have like US. Let's have 1, 2, 3. Okay, right now.
Well, today is Thursday and it's fasting. I'm also fasting. That's why I'm weak like. Oh. Oh.
1, 2, 3. And let's have 1, 2, 3. And come.
Yeah. Line. Me, anytime where I don't wake up like this, if now 1, if not 2, I don't wake up with that. That's when you pray.
Let me know if you are available to join at 9
p.m.
Or 9 p.m.
Yeah, it's like very fresh. I want to go and do pedicure. So his testimony now is a good thing, Nancy. It's a good thing. There are people that are not even up to you. They are using 3D. So even like this, they do for screen.
Dr.
Even
Bello,
me like this now, my eye, I don't feel somehow for my eye. Now money I never get. If not, I will go there.
How many times? I don't say I want to last.
Okay, so you join the 3-day group. I'm going to can you
The last
okay Hawa, are you available?
I'm available.
Okay.
I just
Doc, Dr. Bello,
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, I joined late.
But it be like say
yeah,
I won't leave.
are you available to join the session?
Yes, I'm
And I'm
available.
available.
Okay, so I'm going to pair the two of you. Okay, actually, it is the two of you.
They are giving us a group assignment, group discussion.
Oh, okay.
So take a look at so it is the two of you that huh? You said
Me. If it don't do like this, I don't see.
okay, so let me just
I'll just be on my bed, but before
a
10, I
group.
don't sleep. Land, where are the
Okay,
tire now?
I can see
But I know
another
that I will
person.
now wake up midnight.
Honorable Rilwan, are you available to join the group?
My eyes
Like
now.
I think to help the children with their assignment.
At times me, at times the father.
Okay, so I'm going to pair you into three groups. Honorable Rilwanu,
Investment.
your honor, sir, are you
Thing be say,
available to join the group?
at times if I want to help them, the father will be dragging, so I don't drag with him. Any day that he feels that he doesn't want to do, I do it. Because I'm already tired, I don't want to add more problems to it. You want to show them, most of the times what I notice, you want to show them that you love them more than me. I'm not dragging it with him. As time goes on, they will even know, even if they don't know now.
They will know my sister. It's something when you go drive.
So
One of the days when we say children, then they see
oh, as I notice, say that's how you want to be doing. You want to put children in our program. I'm not
Please,
Okay,
what's
interested.
so
your
please,
own?
can you join this group? This group. Please join the breakout room.
Which of the breakout room? Okay, John.
Dr. Bello, you will see a prompt on your phone also. Great. So you can go ahead and consider the scenario landlord and tenant dispute. Appoint a mediator among yourself. And then the two parties, and then discuss. You have less than 20 minutes. Yes, you are three in the group. So you can commence your session. Hello? Okay, can you hear me? it not be upside down. Okay, so those who want to go can go. After we finish, right, we'll conclude. Those who want to stay and do more, we'll be there to guide you properly.
Hello. Hello.
These are things that you need to note. These are things that and it's important for you to begin to get practice of these things. So when people come before you, the opening statement send the response of what you are about to do. And if you don't do your opening statement, like I volunteer, I was telling them again, but I don't really know what to do. Are you a want something? What are you doing? You understand? So you are because the people are so explained because what mediation is. You know, not them what is going as a mediation, what the partners are supposed to do, and what you don't brought to here in the first place. Because okay, I'm going to come to this and that, and then you don't tell us. I don't understand. You understand? So if you don't do the right thing, you are going to create more problems in the course of the mediation. Because someone who will be like, okay, like the lawyer that came, I have just been listening to these people talking about something. When am I going to have the time to say, I got to know this.
Hello, am I still alive? Hello, my network.
Yes. Are you speaking? Okay, so do you understand? So please, we are going to send the assignment, right? And then you will tell you maybe by tomorrow, you're supposed to submit it on to our email, the email.
Did I miss anything?
As one of your assessment. Yes, if you cannot submit it, yes, you should submit it.
Elijah, bad students. Me, I'm a bad student here. Hello.
Our mediator.
Sorry, I had something urgent to attend to. I'm back. Sorry. Oh my God. Hello. Can I hear? I didn't hear you. And tomorrow is Friday. I will ask if I can get myself to Kaduna. Hello? Hello, I can't hear you. What is this now?
Okay, so online participants, we have come to the end of today. We are going to send assignments that you are supposed to do to your group. Take time.
Okay.
I'm going to send the recording of this session 1, 2, 3. They are there. Please take time and go through it. Your assignment,
thank you very much.
Is correct, and you are going to have opportunity even online to make an opening statement. Let's be proper and official.
Okay.
So please take notes. Go back, look at what you have. And then I believe that you must have been taking notes because you are going to do your assessment based on the notes you have taken.
Okay.
So go and listen to the recorded version and ensure that you acquaint yourself with what needs to be done.
Okay.
Having said so, I wish you all mercy journey and let's reconverse tomorrow. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much for tolerating us. We are grateful.
Thank you.
Okay, beautiful day. We'll go through them. Thank you.